waves are too high.
But he made it back to land.
I had to return. And now for something completely different.
Which timeline is this again?
Hard to say.
Oh, Jesus Christ, when did you get here?
Oh, you know. Always and forever, and just a second ago.
Fuck me running, there's no... Anyway, greetings and felicitations, assorted children of the internet. Fuck me running. This is already going off to a rollicking good start. I am the Logician, and joining me once again, by methods I have no fucking explanation for, is MLoreley.
Joining you again? What do you mean? This is my first time actually being here, isn't it?
I think technically you joined me for one of the Nuzlocke streams.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't care about Pokemon.
Ignoring that for the time being. Anyway, you might have noticed that the title for tonight's stream is a bit different than what you've come to expect, and that's because I have somewhat of a confession to make. Contrary to what my clever ruse may have led you to believe, I am not, in fact, the epic gamer that I have made myself out to be. I know, I'm sure I fooled a lot of you, but,
Oh yes, I most certainly was in fact fooled by your prowess in playing one game. Oh wait, no, you've done a couple.
I mean, eventually I'll work up my library, but be that as it may, I thought it was high time I got back to my roots. Those roots being media analysis. For those of you playing the home game, before I got into streaming, before I got into video essays, I was actually a movie reviewer. Granted, I only reviewed 3 movies, and the website I posted those reviews to, for all intents and purposes, no longer exists. But I prided myself on at least looking into subjects of film that most people would dare not, either because they simply were not passionate enough about the subject, or it was just something that was off-putting enough that they didn't want to go anywhere near it. And so, with most VTubers and PNG tubers and the sort, specializing specifically in gameplay streams, I thought I'd do something to set myself apart, and granted, a lot of them also do reaction videos, but I figured I would kick things up a notch by engaging one of my intellectual equals here, as it were, in some witty banter by partaking in our favorite pastime of watching media, critiquing it, and tearing it limb from limb.
Well, and also setting up potentially, structural support and whatever critique comes along. It's also important to actually analyze what they do right. Otherwise, you just have nothing but criticism, and how would anyone know what works if all you do is what they say is what they do wrong?
Absolutely. Also, no, it is not your imagination. You may also be hearing some additional sound effects thrown in here and there, and that's because as I have gradually upgraded my setup thanks to bits of technology which may or may not have been stolen from an alien spacecraft, among those I've managed to cobble together a soundboard. So if you hear the occasional bit of, just sitcom-esque laughter in the background, cheers, yes, granted, I've been waiting for those applause most of my YouTube career, but you can all settle down now, I assure you.
Unfortunately, I am deaf to all of these because for whatever advanced technology the Logician has managed to procure himself from an advanced alien species, none of it allows him to actually broadcast this to where I can hear it. Even though I'm standing right next to him, it's confusing here in the VTubing scene.
And now for something completely different.
That was the wrong button, but be that as it may. Okay, well now, I forgot that you had your own setup there, so that's.
I only have a few. I only have the default because, yeah.
It's going to become a battle of attrition here, isn't it? Ah, my word. Anyway, so yes, you have read correctly. Tonight we're going to be starting off this new segment of my streams with a throwback from the 80s. And I'm going to kick this analysis off with a question for you, Loreley.
Mm-hmm.
What do you know about the Muppets?
Well, it's a weird thing because I don't think I've actually watched a whole bunch of Muppet-related material since I was a kid. And by that point, I sort of came in at simultaneously the peak as well as the waning period for Muppet popularity. It was slightly before my time, and by the time I was a cognizant person, or cognizant child anyway, it saturated pop culture, but it wasn't nearly as prominent as it was, say, 10 years prior to that point. That said, I do remember Muppet Babies being a thing, and of course, without as much context from the original show, I mainly understood them from that perspective, so I don't think I got the same meta understanding of why it would have been funnier to others. But beyond that, I can't say that I was terribly plugged into the Muppet scene, only that their humor was, not always just for kids.
Yeah, and there's a reason for that. The reason being that at least once they got their foot in the door, they kind of made their whole personality, collectively anyway, taking the piss out of every aspect of mass media. You see, it turns out the Muppets actually started as far back as 1955 with a small 5-minute segment that led into The Tonight Show called Sam and Friends, which included a very early proto-Kermit among a cast of others that have since been lost to the annals of time.
Actually,
yes?
Sorry to cut you off, I apologize.
No, of course.
Didn't they actually start before that, like, in terms of making, Muppets for, like, commercial purposes?
You may be thinking of Wilkins Coffee, those infamous black and white puppet commercials, which included 2 puppets, one of which was advertising the coffee, the other which would meet a gruesome fate should they turn down the offer of said coffee.
Ah, of course. Because, as we all know, coffee is life and death.
Absolutely. I believe that was around that time, if I'm not mistaken. But I know Jim Henson's major debut on television, as it were, was with the 55 segment. And that would eventually lead into the Muppet Show later on. And the Muppet Show, for those of you not so intimately familiar with the Muppets, was sort of their claim to fame. And that's because it was a straight-up parody of variety shows. For those of you playing the home game, variety shows were essentially programs featured on radio and television, which included multiple musical productions, comedy skits, things like that. Sort of like a proto Saturday Night Live, except, still inherently sporting the human spirit. It started with... Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, by all means.
Comprising of, you might say, a variety of various media-type performances.
Exactly. They gained popularity, or rather, that genre gained popularity with radio, with the likes of the Chase and Sanborn Hour with Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, both of which would actually end up making cameos in the first Muppet movie. And later on with the Carol Burnett Show and other televised variety shows.
Also good shows.
Absolutely. And then later on, when variety shows became not so popular, the Muppets would come out with The Muppets Tonight, which was essentially them taking the piss out of late-night talk shows, like, ironically enough, The Tonight Show, Jay Leno, Conan O'Brien, those types of shows. And then later still, the Muppets would come out with The Muppets, aptly named, wherein they made fun of modern workplace sitcoms such as The Office, Parks and Rec, things like that. And ever since, the Muppets have just been doing their damnedest to make fun of pretty much every aspect of televised media, the music industry, things like that.
It kind of actually sounds like it shares some DNA with the likes of The Simpsons, at least when it got started.
You're
Obviously,
not even
over
wrong.
the years, The Simpsons have evolved into the very thing that it used to mock and, jab a finger at and say, this is patently ridiculous. But, that's what happens when you become a mainstay of pop culture, I suppose. You then become it.
Yeah.
Classic case of, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain kind of thing.
Yeah, worse in the case of the Muppets, considering not only have they sort of fallen into obscurity over the years, they also got eaten by the mouse.
Oh, no. Oh, I didn't actually know that part.
Yeah, one Michael Entertainment Mouse. You may have heard of one or two of his theme parks around the country. Bought up the Muppets IP some years back. So
that makes sense,
yeah.
I suppose.
But segueing somewhat clumsily into the next portion of this discussion, a not-so-remembered entry into the serialized, televised history of the Muppets was the subject of tonight's stream, and that is the Jim Henson Hour, which was essentially the Muppets' jab at the likes of Walt Disney Presents, wherein it would include segments dedicated to highlighting recent revolutionary updates in the technology that the Jim Henson Company was producing for puppetry and film. And keep in mind, this was all filmed and aired in 1989, comprised of a single season, and so the examples they would bring up were the likes of Labyrinth, The Dark Crystal, and a number of short films, some of which were made specifically for the Jim Henson Hour. Others were essentially reran for the segment. I have seen all of one episode of this show, and it was the very last episode ever aired in the United States, and it was, funnily enough, a behind-the-scenes episode where they went into all of the technological aspects of how they produced the show and its various segments. So, by and large, I have no idea what we're going to be watching tonight. And I figured, with you in the proverbial holster of analytical wittery, I figured we can make an entertaining stream out of this.
Well, we can give it a shot. I don't know how entertaining I'll be.
I think...
I mean, given that I was literally just distracted by something showing up in my junk email folder, which clearly I am holding right in front of me.
See, that's Disney's lawyers already onto us. We might as well get the show on the road.
Well, I guess it's the Korean branch of Disney, because it's got a bunch of, what is it? Hangul? I forget it. Korean script, anyway. Telling me, your bill is ready. Check full details. Thank you for your loyalty. PayPal helpline. I don't think any of this is correct.
I mean, you say that, but something tells me we're all going to be needing some degree of help or another by the end of the stream.
안녕하세요.
Yes.
I do also love the Dark Crystal, by the way. It was
yes.
actually the Logician who took me through the Dark Crystal for the first time.
Correct.
Not the series. Tried to do the series, and then
life happened. Of fucking course. It begins already.
God!
Stop it!
Fucking!
Stop it!
Well, we're off to a good start. Don't glare at me like that.
You're not really fun. You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Oh my God, and so it begins already. In any event, let's turn the clock back, shall we?
We already did that. We're already past daylight savings time.
Don't remind me.
Let's do it again.
We're back, a dinosaur story. No, that's for another stream, I'm sure. Alright, so.
We could not do that on stream. Let's be real.
No, not without some major wizardry at work. But,
I briefly thought that you were going to say, not with that attitude. It's like, yes, with that attitude.
I mean, only time will tell, I suppose. In any event, shall we delve into the days gone by?
Let's give this a look.
All right, and
I'm assuming that if I have something I want to say and not be talking over the dialogue, I just say, hey, pause, or something like that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Do I have the power to pause?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So.
Then I'll push pause, and you can shut... No, I'll tell you to pause it. It's your stream. I will let you have control.
Fair enough. I
Maybe.
mean, it's the one privilege I have down here. Anyway. Yes, I believe they did also help produce the Dinosaurs sitcom, which was...
God.
Yeah, that... Well,
now that is something I feel like we need to eventually dissect at some point.
No, absolutely we will. It's an eventuality.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get this train a-rolling.
Well, listen, Extremes, I'd like to welcome you to the show. I'm sure you're feeling a little bit shy, but don't worry. How's everything so far?
Well, you know, it makes me want to shout, yeah, shout, yeah, shout,
Well,
yeah,
you know?
shout, yeah. You know, I feel...
we're already off to a fantastic start with all of this. How much of this needs to be muted already?
I was going to say, I think they've been doing us a favor by keeping the copyrighted music clips less than 10 to 30 seconds. So...
Maybe, but if you see yourself run... If you see the stream starting to have problems... It could just be normal technical difficulties, but it might also be that Twitch is like, oh, I have detected material that does not belong to you.
That is entirely possible, in which case I will get our resident elf to keep her pointy ears out for any shenanigans. In any event, shall we re-enter the belly of the beast, as it were?
Sure, and I agree with Nicholas, by the way. You can tell how
Yes.
dedicated they were to designing. I mean, there was a lot of minor... if you ever saw some of the directors' like outtakes and stuff like that, you will see exactly how precise Henson was when it came to how things were supposed to go and how they were supposed to look. And I mean, it worked. They were fantastic practical effects.
Oh, yeah.
But
like, even
it's
with
more
the
detail than
inside
you
of the
would
mouth
see.
of a sock puppet here. That is
Yeah,
eerie
exactly.
attention to detail. My word.
oh,
You know, I think they're going to fit right in. Digit, roll the opening.
Ah, yes.
I don't like that one.
Very 80s, to be fair. Just lower the
Again,
volume.
that is so fantastic.
Yes. The stock lightning bolt sound.
Same. Oh, this is so 80s.
I know, I love it.
Oh. Oh god, the CG.
It's-
The music.
It's so strong. It's so strong with the 80s.
Oh god, I have been teleported back in time. No, go back where you came from.
Well, you know,
Don't be here.
Jim Henson was the original VTuber. Confirmed.
No.
Oh, my word. I even want to go back for a second. Just,
No, what? Don't.
well... So,
Why would you put that thing in front of my face again?
I promise it's relevant. So, you notice that background there with all the towers of TVs, the cavernous archives there.
Oh, you know, like your room, huh?
That is correct, and that was the point I was leading into, actually.
Oh, good.
That's the reason why I chose the background that I did for my videos and streams, because I remembered this background specifically from the one episode of this I saw as a child, and I wanted something reminiscent of that, and hence the video wall background you see in all of my streams.
And like most of us people that were born in the 80s, we decided to make something that we saw as a kid our entire personality.
Exactly. All right, Jim.
No.
Let's let's have you walk us through this brave new frontier of digital technology.
Hi there, and welcome to our very first show. We're all really excited about this.
Again, that's literally there to show off not just, and again, something that came up in Dinosaurs, they were showing off the complexity of their puppetry when it came to like expressions. There's a little degree of like uncanny valley that happens with some of it, but it's actually even more startling how not uncanny, how canny it is, I guess.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Also, there, I had to get that clip out there.
But I love that, and it's literally it's a showcase of the skill of both the design of the puppets as well as the people doing the puppetry, to be able to show those kind of little minute details, like not just opening the mouth, but the way that the mouth curls up in particular locations.
Yes, just
expressions shifting. It is something that they were definitely known for, especially by this point. They were hitting their heyday with it.
Absolutely.
And you got to see a lot of that in the Dinosaur. I'm going to just talk over you. That's okay. That's what you also see in Dinosaurs, where their heads were entirely puppetry.
Oh yeah, and I was even going to say, on the subject of dinosaurs, it's because of like innovations in puppetry and just animatronics like this that we even got the likes of Jurassic Park to begin with. Like, it seems like a small contribution at surface level when you look at, puppets and Jim Henson's and the Muppets, but they, in the long run, revolutionized the way we think of puppetry in cinema and how far you can take that. Just the combination of analog and technological support for advanced puppets and animatronic suits and the like. We have this man to thank for almost single-handedly pushing forward the special effects industry light years ahead of its time.
And then people decided that it was better to do graphics, computer-generated graphics rather than actual practical effects, because they didn't have to pay people who did the graphics nearly as much as you would have had to pay actual puppets and puppeteers.
Yeah, and that's just it. Like, even from what I've seen of this series, like, in addition to what we're seeing so far, even with the heavy influence in, like, the CGI in the background here, like, what we see later on, at least with the last episode I saw, with the implementation of, like, digital technology, there's still a basis of puppetry at work, where they will have like a hand puppet and have the movements thereof read into the digital models that they'll use. We'll see more of that later, if not in this episode, then another, I'm sure. But all the same, there's still passion behind the use of the CGI. There's whimsy. There's fun.
And if you guys were not ready for us to watch 2 seconds of something and talk about it for 5 minutes, you have come to the wrong stream, I'm sorry to say.
I mean, once again, if it'll keep the lawyers off of our asses, you know, just that much more reason.
Almost all of us are excited. Anyhow, this program will give you a chance to see a lot of different things. It represents the very best of the work we've been doing lately. Now, our show is usually divided into 2 half hours. Tonight's second half is a beautiful, eerie tale from the storyteller called The Heartless Giant.
Oh, it's you.
Listen.
You're literally the Heartless Giant.
Just because I'm 6'2" doesn't mean...
You're literally Heartless Logician.
I mean, that is besides the point, but yes.
Okay, technically your heart still exists, but it's this weird thing that has a vendetta against you. It's a weird whole thing.
Semantics,
and you guys were
VTuber
roommates.
lore. Yeah. Oh my god, we were roommates. But yeah, it's just because most VTubers are under 5 feet doesn't mean I'm inherently a giant. It just means I wandered into the Lollipop Guild, alright?
Shut the fuck!
Anyway.
We got television. And the frog in charge of that is an old friend named Kermit. You remember Kermit? Listen, don't give me any trouble. Kermit presides over a place called Muppet Central, a huge control room into which feeds every video source you can imagine. And Kermit has to pick and choose the stuff he thinks we'll enjoy. Now, he promises that tonight's episode is really going to be out there. I don't know what that means, but I assume it's a good thing. Kermit?
Oh, yeah, it's a very good thing.
No.
Because tonight's show centers around the theme of science fiction. And I'm relying very heavily on Digit, since this whole area is very close to his heart.
Oh, look, it's me again. I mean, once again, you cannot convince me that there was not some subconscious inspiration from this series and Muppet Central, as he so put it, in my own setup.
I mean, yeah.
Ah, my word. Digit looks like
Digit-
he's on 7 minutes of sleep mood.
For the last century, yes.
Exactly.
When I die, I'm going to leave my body to science fiction.
Good. Actually, that sounds like something you would do, Logician.
Yeah, also, I love the way he pronounced fiction.
Fiction.
It sounds like the beginning of a certain famous Cartoon Network series. Gotta go back to the past, Samurai Jack.
God.
See, we're breaking the fourth wall a little bit. Oh God!
Wow.
Oh wow!
Oh, wow.
So do we need to explain Louis Anderson?
How do you explain a cultural phenomenon like Louis fucking Anderson?
Oh my God.
I don't even remember much about him, only that he was in all sorts of pop media when I was a kid and then was not.
Louis Anderson is a prime example of how you have someone who starts out as a stand-up comedian, like, who gets famous to the point that everyone forgets he was ever a stand-up comedian. You have the likes of Steve Martin, Eddie Murphy, just thinking of...
I don't think that Robin Williams fell quite into that, because most people, he still did, like, stand-up comedy.
Yeah, like, Robin Williams, like, I think he bordered on it, because he also got his, I mean, against his wishes, a lot of film fame through Aladdin, but that's a whole other kettle of fish we'll dissect on another stream.
I was going to say, that's a whole other lamp to rub on another day.
Yeah. But, yeah, just consider Louis Anderson another example of that. And as you pointed out, Nicholas, yes, he did also have his own cartoon series called Life with Louis.
Oh, God, I hated it so... It felt sticky to watch.
Oh, yeah, no, I feel the same way about Life with Louis as I felt about Rover Dangerfield, which was the animated movie of What If Rodney Dangerfield but Dog?
And what was that series by fucking Howie Mandel with the kid?
Oh my God, I know what you're talking about, but the name escapes me.
The name escapes me too, but that's another in that line of why does this exist?
Camp Candy. Oh my, Bobby's World. Oh God.
Bobby's World, that's what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was. Because I remember Bobby's World and like Life with Louie being sort of always connected to each other in my mind as a kid.
Yeah, they're in the same vein, I think.
Yeah. Oh my word.
Anyway.
Anyway, we're off to a rollicking good start.
That took
like
us
I
5
said.
seconds.
Yeah. Oh, John Candy, that's right.
Yeah.
God. I mean, it's just...
Without further ado,
Wait! Amazing news! I'm picking up TV signals from deep space.
What?
Yes.
Everything is in
alien
deep space,
beings
Digit.
are transmitting TV programs not unlike our own.
But that would prove that there's intelligent life in other galaxies.
No, it just proves they have television.
Oh,
Yeah.
Listen, Digit, why don't you see if you can feed the signal to our viewers, and I will go cancel some of the boring parts of this show.
You know, another thing the Muppets excelled at, as we were mentioning prior to the actual stream, was humor that went over the heads of millions of 5 to 10-year-olds at the time.
Absolutely. They were good at the deadpan delivery, especially with Kermit.
Oh, absolutely.
Kermit, absolutely the pinnacle. I mean, you could see obviously the infamous scrunch face stuff, but
Absolutely.
straight up deadpan delivery with things that you just, even as adults,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes you would take a second to register what it is that they're saying.
Like it's absolutely outstanding, and modern writers, especially in the field of comedy, should take a lesson or two from the work of Jim Henson.
Wait just a minute there.
Oh, hi, Louie.
Did I hear you cancel my spot?
Oh, no, not you, Louie. You see, we'll be getting you a little bit later. Just wait right there in that monitor.
All right.
I'm getting major Space Ghost coast-to-coast vibes from this bit.
Honestly, I would not be surprised if the people who made that got some bits from this. I mean, actually, come to think of it, that's another thing that I feel shares DNA with this.
Yeah.
Like, it's in that same vein of making a parody of both, like, variety shows as well as making fun of specifically late night talk show. I mean, it literally is a parody of late night talk shows, but
Yeah.
So they would probably be in this same vein of, you know, these little bits, little mini skits that help frame the other bit of the other bits of content that they put into their show.
Absolutely. Also, goddamn you,
Lamb
Silver.
Chop.
Lamb Chop sing along. This is the song that doesn't end.
One of
It
the
just
things
goes-
that I actually remember most about Lamb Chop, because I kind of watched that as a kid, but I don't remember it sticking out in my mind too much. No, the thing that I remember the most was the cameo on The Nanny.
Oh my god, you showed me that back when
Which-
we were going through our Nanny watch through.
Which we never actually got very far in. But
That's
at one
right.
point, the Lamb Chop fucking showed up there and was a little raunchier.
Oh yeah, no, and
Then-
I appreciate that Sherry was like willing to like lean into the more mature nature of that show, like with a character like Lamb Chop, because
I mean, to be fair, Silver, who doesn't have a TikTok account at this point?
yeah,
I mean, besides
you're not
me.
wrong. I mean that's something I will say I appreciate that Sherry, the original Sherry, the creator of the Lamb Chop sing along and all the puppets involved, has unfortunately since passed away, but her daughter carries on that legacy, albeit one that's remembered by relatively few at this point. But she does a spot on impression of Lamb Chop, from what I have heard of the daughter, whose name also unfortunately escapes me. But it's nice to know that certain little legacies, albeit not nearly as popular as they were in their heyday, still carry on in some way, shape, or form. Mm-hmm. Hello, Zach. You were watching us delve straight into the mouth of madness that is The Muppets in 1989.
Oh no, that's a different movie.
Yeah, true.
One that you should never watch.
Did I ever tell you, Kermit, that my favorite color is blue?
What is wrong with you?
I would ask what's wrong with Gonzo, but I think we all know what's wrong with Gonzo. And the
See,
answer
you
is
sounded
yes.
it sounded like you were halfway doing an impression of Marge Simpson, so
Well, to be fair, it's not a far cry from Marge.
true.
Both are blue, both stand way the fuck out amongst their peers.
Have a curly bit. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway,
No, but you might find
let
this
me get back a little there.
bit later. Just wait right there in that monitor.
All right. Do you have any magazines?
No, but you might find this pretty interesting because Digit's going to show us some alien TV shows. Digit?
Oh, that was no Norblik. That was my Peen Fribble. Oh, that's great.
Kiss
I
your
tell
mother with
you,
that mouth?
Kermit, this stuff is much more my kind of humor.
I
Is
don't
that
like
thing
the way
receiver?
Yes.
his mouth
It's coming
purses.
through loud and
Yeah. It reminds me of the... I mean, not helped by your own mouth movements there. Lord.
in the Andromeda Galaxy.
Well, how do we get to see it?
Well, you don't. I'm using my head as a terminal, so the best I can do is describe it to you.
What?
Oh, I've heard of this. It has a name. It's called radio.
Well, at least we've got an opening number. And here they are, the extremes.
So,
Well,
I think for this segment here, probably gonna need to, yeah, just to be on the safe side, I'll,
yeah.
So just assume that we're listening to, the universe's next top talent.
I wonder if they can still hear me.
I can't see
Oh.
any reason they would not be
Yeah,
able
they
to.
can.
Yeah.
But I even love the detail of the dancing that they're able to do. Again, it's a demonstration of their technical skill of puppetry here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Excellent. Thank you for confirming, Zach.
Yeah. I also briefly unmuted to see.
Yes.
And again, the blending of the digital effects.
Yes. I mean, even down to, like, the folds and the various segments of the bodies of these insectoid-looking creatures.
I wonder if the lights behind them were meant to actually mask some of the puppetry strings.
I wouldn't be surprised, considering,
Like
Go ahead.
I was going to say the marionette strings, but you were saying?
Well, yes, to my understanding, like, with a lot of segments like these from this program in particular, they actually used, well, you know how with the Muppets they often have the little poles attached to the arms, as well
Yeah.
as the handed performers? I think the poles were painted black and the performers had, like, black sleeves and gloves on to sort of mask their... Because even there, you can see, to a minor extent, like, at the bottom... There's a little bit of overlap over the yellow character in the background. I think that's the arm of the puppeteer.
And that would make sense. I mean, again, it's one of the reasons why stagehands also dress all in black and why ninjas are... So, fun fact for all of you who didn't know this for whatever reason, but the reason why ninjas are depicted as dressed in all black and, like, with their faces covered is because that is... I could be wrong about this, so forgive me if I am actually wrong on the details of this, but I feel like I remember hearing that was because in ancient Japanese plays, their equivalent of the stagehands were entirely dressed in black like that. And the reason why ninjas get stereotyped that way is because they would have ninjas appear from the stagehands. So normally, if you're in a play environment, that you're supposed to ignore the guys that are all in black and they're moving things around on stage, because you know that that's supposed to be part of the background. They're supposed to be not something that you pay attention to. So ninjas, known for striking from darkness and from unexpected places and being able to blend into their surroundings, they would have people who were supposed to be the stagehands, so to speak, suddenly jump out and attack. So the stereotype of the ninja and their getup literally came from a conceit of Japanese theater.
Yeah, and here we have an example of that same tradition, that same tactic, like hundreds and hundreds of years old, being used expertly in a quote-unquote modern televised production. And this would even carry over into, like, future endeavors in puppetry with the advent of green screen technology, with people using, like, green gloves and the like against a green background. And here it is, it's the same practice with far less, like, digital technology being implemented, but still used nearly to the same effect. Like, there's... I will never shut the fuck up about how innovative and creative the Jim Henson Company is and has been with even simple
Endlessly.
things like this.
Oh boy.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's right. That was more popular around this time. People crawling around the stage like that.
Living in America!
This is not the song playing, by the way.
I know. No, it's just as an
No,
example.
I'm just clarifying for the audience.
Yes. Ah, my word.
And again, numbers like this also helped with things like rearranging sets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That was another purpose of the variety shows too, musical numbers in like late night talk shows as well,
Yeah.
is to have a little bit of a break while they shifted things around, made sure that guests were, prepared and ready to go on screen, that anyone who had to change outfits would have the time to actually, I mean, this is true of like live theater too.
Yeah, it's intermission plus.
Exactly.
Good shit.
Yeah.
Oh, what an opening. Hey, Louie, how'd you like it?
Oh, I loved it.
Oh.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get ready for my number.
Okay. Digit? Oh, Digit, are you still picking up television signals from the Andromeda Galaxy?
Shh, Kermit the Glimstroff is loose. Oh, Lord, he's picking up the cupcakes. Don't open the door.
Must be some sort of intergalactic horror movie.
I mean, either that or just watching Game of Thrones.
So an intergalactic horror movie.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, granted, it still probably has far less man pain, but...
Don't freeze on this face, please. This does not look... This looks like an intimate face that we should not... Well, I mean, I guess that would explain the cone of shame, wouldn't it?
I was going to say, guys, gals, non-binary pals, have we found the PogChamp 2025?
No, we haven't. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Clip that! Someone clip that, I beg of you. For fuck's sake, clip that. Oh my fucking god. You cannot script that shit. For fuck's sake.
Again, guys. I wish that I could do that shit intentionally. If you hover your mouse over the screen, there will be like the actual playback video. There will be a little bunch of like things on the lower right hand corner. You will see a clip which looks like a little movie movie board thing. I forgot what they're called.
I can't fucking believe that shit.
Don't do that. Don't do that. God damn it.
You know, for providing us with a golden moment of entertainment that will surely last the ages, Digit, I'm gonna release you from your dip into Tartarus here. Also, thank you, Zach.
I love how we're 7 minutes into this episode and we've been here for about 50.
You know, I mean, time is a circle. You know,
and also we just don't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, everything is limited by our perception.
What they do? They cut the commercial. Don't you just hate that?
Good grief. Oh, look, it's our guest star, Louis Anderson. Now, here's something we can actually see.
Geez, I didn't expect such an elegant place. Though I was surprised that they made you put on that tie. I know how you resent that sort of thing. Did it upset you?
Coming to a specially selected theater near you, Louis Anderson's remake of a film classic, My Dinner with Godzilla.
Well, you know, we were worried about Disney coming after us. Now we have to worry about Toho's lawyers, and I would argue they're even worse.
Well, to be fair, this is the absolutely copyright distinct Codzilla, which is not anything like other pre-existing kaiju or anything. It's not like it's a blend of Godzilla with Swamp Thing or something.
Original character, do not steal.
Unfortunate lips.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we could probably do a whole other stream about the unfortunate implications of the design and behavior of the creature from the Black Lagoon, but, again...
Well, you know.
Save that for another time. Time is, in fact, wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey. Thank you, Zach. It's no Mechagodzilla, so where's the fighting? No, you see, Mechagodzilla is still in the kitchen.
Okay, but I have to watch this clip now. Hang on.
Thank you again, Zach.
I'm sorry, I had to go back and rewatch the clip that we were just shown.
Yes, of course. Just a little sound effect there to show my appreciation for Zach and others like Zach who have been with us since the very beginning. It's much appreciated. Yes, absolutely. I love how well our sound effects work together in that moment. Anyway.
I mean, I really admire the way you can express yourself so freely. I mean, look at me here right now. I really wanted this steak well done. But I have to go through this whole involved mental process just to bring myself to send something back.
You just described
Mood.
being aneurotypical. I mean,
honestly, who can't relate to that?
yeah. Autistic icon Louis Anderson. I think we better move on before I piss someone off.
Mood. Oh.
Oh, thanks. But see, that's what I mean. You can act on your impulses. While I sit here, I've got my mother's voice in my head saying, hey, what about your table manners? I mean, do you ever
Your
have that
elbows
kind
are
of
on the
inner
table.
conflict when you're stuck?
You know?
What do you fucking mean? Oh, I worry about my table manners. Your elbows are on the table, sir.
Also, I think you should worry more about the fact that your suit is 20 times too big.
Which is impressive.
Yeah.
How
This was
tasteful.
a 4-star restaurant. I think you just knocked it down to 2. Yeah, that's what I admire about you. You're so, I don't know, focused. You know what you want, and you go after it.
I just realized something. Louis Anderson was the Peter Lorre of the 80s.
Oh my god. I hate how I can hear that. Like, I don't think they're one-to-one, but they definitely have a similar sort of delivery
Cadence.
that's very flat. And yeah, that same sort
That's
of
what I like
cadence.
about you. You know what you want, and you go out and get it.
By the way, if you like Peter, because I believe this is the star of M.
Yes, that is correct. It was actually his first leading role in a movie.
Yeah. So Peter Lorre, not Louis.
Yeah. So
but
go ahead.
it's one of those things where it's fallen out of pop culture by this point, but the Peter Lorre stereotype, you see him everywhere, and especially like in depictions of the like monster creatures, because he became very well known as a horror actor.
Yes.
But you know, like that stereotypical Igor of yes,
Master. And like for those of you who grew up watching Ren and Stimpy, the characterization of Ren Hoek, the Chihuahua, was heavily inspired by that same actor.
But like, here's the thing. Obviously parodied to death because he had a very distinct sort of presentation, cadence to how he spoke. Fantastic actor. Like, brilliant fucking actor.
Like, much later in life, he was played up for laughs, but, like, if you've ever seen, like, The Maltese Falcon, or, you know, M, as, Laura brought up.
Incredibly sinister. And, like, I think that there is a difference between creepy and sinister. And he could kind of walk that line, but I really appreciate that it's not just, like, the blank stare. That it's not just, like, anything like that. You get this real sense of menace from his portrayal when he gets into that sort of role.
Absolutely.
It is so well done.
And probably at least a better known actor by today's standards of fame, who I feel like emulates that perfectly, Steve Buscemi. Because he's largely played up for laughs. When he wants to scare you, he will fucking horrify you. And again, he has that same, or at least a very similar cadence to his deliveries.
And Silver brings up a good point too, the Willem Dafoe.
Yes, absolutely. Like, I think, like, even, like, for those of you who have seen any of the Spy Kids movies, like, Steve Buscemi appeared in that one as, like, the mad scientist. And it's, largely ha-ha funny memes for kids. But when you have a brief moment of, like, Steve Buscemi reading a sobering line like, do you think God stays in heaven because he himself fears what he's made? Out of a fucking Spy Kids movie.
I mean, that's just it. Like, I'll say this. Comedy relies on a lot of the same rules as horror, which is timing. You need to build the atmosphere towards the delivery. And comedy and horror both rely on that. So honestly, if you can master the one, you're probably going to be pretty decent at the other. It's just a matter of, are you going maudlin or macabre,
Yeah,
or irreverent. There we go. That was what I meant.
definitely. And you're absolutely right, Nick. He did play the old man from Monster House.
Wasn't he also in Big Fish? I feel like
He was. Because I think Danny DeVito played the ringmaster in Big Fish.
Uh-huh. And Buscemi was the guy in the idealistic town.
He was. That's right.
He was the poet, the famous poet that never left.
Yeah, and like in a similar vein, but it's not quite the same thing. Danny DeVito often played for laughs. I feel like rather than being necessarily scary, he can break your fucking heart in a moment, whenever he wants to.
And like, again, this feels like it would be a subject for another day, but another thing that comedy performers are really fucking good at, dramatic performances. And again,
Yes.
I mentioned Robin Williams earlier, but that is another example of someone who is so good at piercing you straight through the heart.
A Dead Poets Society.
What dreams may come.
Yeah. Oh God, Dreams May Come is such. It has its unfortunate elements, but by and large, it's a beautiful, phenomenal film. Like beautifully shot, beautifully acted. Like I cannot sing its praises enough.
It's, but even things like, there's Good Will Hunting. There's so many movies.
Yes.
That Robin absolutely nailed. Anyway, we've gotten quite a bit sidetracked from what we're here to actually watch, but again, it goes to show that all media really is inherently interconnected and that there's never one single influence on anything that you watch. Everything is the product of what came before.
Absolutely. And I'll even say, don't worry about like taking up time with what we're supposed to watch. This is why I brought you onto the stream, because I enjoy having these conversations with you, and I had the distinct impression that other people tuning in would get that same degree of enjoyment, or at least I hope they would, because
I hope so too.
yeah,
But
we
that
both
said,
have a lot of
like,
insightful takes on media and its consumption and interpretation.
and we also have a lot of bullshit stores to draw from as well. But I do think we have more to talk about when we actually watch the thing that is inspiring our conversation as well.
That's entirely fair. All right, bring us home, Louie.
I need to see you that way.
Perplexing, provocative, challenging. My dinner with Godzilla.
So is this dinner or a critique?
Yes.
Let's see. Well, you had Tokyo, right?
You're treading a little bit too close there to copyright.
Boy, there's a movie to keep an eye out for.
Oh, this beauty contest from outer space is fantastic.
I don't... What? Who? What?
Oh, look, the actual PogChamp.
I don't like this.
Who
Who are you? Why are you red?
I believe we are just meeting Leon the Lizard, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh boy.
Beauty! What part are they doing? What part?
The swimsuit competition.
Did it, my friend? There must be a way for all of us to see this.
Well, as a matter of fact,
Yeah.
there might be.
Oh, good.
Oh boy.
Oh, my word.
You join us at a very thrilling point in this year's Miss Galaxy pageant. The judges are about to announce our winner, and they'll be awarding points for beauty, intelligence, and genetic originality. But while we're waiting, let's talk with two of our lovely finalists, JoBeth Goff to who, Miss Crab Nebula.
Okay, what happened with your back brace and why is it all the way up your spine to your neck?
I mean, listen, when you're dealing with a beauty contest, regardless in what part of the universe it is, someone's back is going to get blown out. Especially if it helps win favor with the judges.
Don't put it that way. That's not how you want to put that.
I knew what I was
Do you
doing.
Do you know what that means?
I do.
Okay, then don't do that. Don't make me wag my finger at you, mister.
I mean, I think a few too many people watching this probably had something else wagging. So
Why?
I think the attention should be focused
we're going to rewind time and you didn't say that. All right, got that? Understood, never said.
One of many other aspects of my life that's been retconned. Anyway, moving on. Answer yourself, sir.
Pork mustard from the planet Kuzbane. Come on in.
Hey, who remembers Zsa Zsa Gabor?
You know?
Wait a minute. No, Joe Bat. Hi, Joe Bat.
Hi.
Are you nervous?
Little.
Well, you shouldn't be because you're lovely. You're lovely. What is your favorite thing about being a beauty queen?
Well, that's a hard question.
You mean there are so many favorite things?
No, I mean, that's a hard question. Could you ask me an easier one?
How about, what are your goals in life?
Good. I want to work with underprivileged children.
Uh-huh.
And eat them?
And then eat them.
God.
I mean, it's almost as if you're genre savvy or something. Listen, given my own history with underprivileged children, I wouldn't exactly object to this piece of community service.
Hey, don't.
I wouldn't be doing anything and to be all Miss Crab Nebula over there.
Why?
My word.
But again, I don't like that I can call these lines of dialogue. That feels scary, actually.
It's almost as if you're a witch.
Shut up.
It's almost as if you were literally prophetic in your musings.
Shut up.
Now, Zsa Zsa, for that talent spot, many of our contestants like to sing a song. You chose instead to excrete ammonia while setting fire to your nose.
Well, that is very talented.
Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt. Hold that thought. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The new Miss Galaxy is about to be crowned, so it's over to the judges.
Too late. I've already eaten them.
I mean, dinner and a show.
Yeah.
And so, from the Hotel Swanky, Ursa Major, this is Marty the Earthling saying, I may be tasteless, but at the moment, that's all that's keeping me alive.
Maybe a little hollandaise.
Stay away from me.
Whoa, that was disgusting. Let's see some more of this stuff.
All right, but I need more power.
You got it, Digit.
Okay.
You know? I
Don't
forgot to
crash
break
planes.
I forgot to break out the 3D glasses for that one. That was on me.
I think they forgot to actually break out the 3D.
You know what?
That was actually a really smooth transition, though. I'll say that.
Oh, it was, absolutely. I was even going to say, well, first of all, thank you for clipping that piece as well there. Appreciate that, Nick. Also, you want to know what makes the timing of this stream hilarious? A friend of mine, Game Buddy, was, well, as the children say, skeeting out earlier today. Which I was yesterday years old when I found out that skeeting is the blue sky equivalent of tweeting and nothing else.
Yeah, of course. There's no other connotations with the word skeeting or skeet.
But, skeet, that goddamn. Anyway,
Shut the fuck!
So, he put out a message on Blue Sky. I'll phrase it that way. I've been to Disneyland once in my life, but I saw the Muppets 3D 3 times while I was there. And I remember that specific 3D Muppets attraction myself when I went to Disneyland ages ago.
I don't think I ever.
You basically just sat in a theater while there was like a 3D Muppets production, and it had like the two old men from the Muppet Show whose names unfortunately escape me at the moment, in the balcony, like just riffing the entire production, and there were actual like puppets being used for the actual attraction.
Statler and Waldorf.
Statler and Waldorf, thank you. But yeah, I remembered that, and I remember replying, I see you're also a man of culture. And I was tempted to let him know, hey, you might want to tune into the stream tonight, but I never got around to it. So, Game Buddy, if by some happen chance you're tuning into this now, just know that a bit of that prophetic thinking must have been passed on to you somehow.
Happen chance? That's
Yes.
not. That's not.
It's not. Anyway.
Gee, that's good paper.
Here you
I
go,
don't-
Digit.
Oh, thank you, Leon.
Oh, wait a second. That's the master input. That table contains every video feed on the planet.
Whoa.
Lucy,
Every?
I'm home. And here's Bachelor number 2.
Oh my god.
So
we're
10
doing that,
internet
are
points
we?
to anyone who got either of those references. I'll wait.
I don't need any more internet points. I've been on it too long. I've accumulated millions.
Yeah, I'm sick of this stuff myself. Ah, my word.
Here's Johnny!
Let's see if...
Now, that's actually a dual reference.
Oh, God, yeah. A little bit.
Because technically, the one that most people even remember it for, unfortunately,
Was The Shining.
Yeah, and it was literally a reference to the pop culture phenomenon that was
The Johnny Carson Show.
The Johnny Carson Show.
Which, again, was a late-night talk show. It's like in that same vein as, like, people seeing Michael Myers from the Halloween series and think, oh, it's a Michael Myers mask. No, that's not a Michael Myers mask. That's a William Shatner mask that has just seen some unfortunate things.
Well, and again, that was what we brought. I brought that up the other
Yes.
day.
God. I mean, again, all these squares make a circle.
Hey, Alice. Pow! Right in the kisser.
Well, that's
Dr.
a...
Welby, will he be all right? Nanu.
Oh, God.
You know, we invoked Robin Williams earlier,
I know.
and here he is.
Nanu. Reference to fucking Mork and Mindy.
Pow right in the
Which,
kisser. Of
Which,
course.
Mork and Mindy was a spin-off of Happy Days.
God, man.
Did you know that?
That I admittedly did not know.
Oh, okay, it was an episode of Happy Days that Mork appeared in, and that again, I mean, that makes sense. Robin Williams' natural charisma and, funny delivery and everything became so popular that they decided to make that into its own series. This alien living with your average, everyday woman, in the city, and of course all of the funny little dynamics that can play off of that, and that was a spin-off of Happy Days.
Yeah.
So Happy Days was one of those weird shows that just kind of did that.
Yeah, and like it's weird how many sitcoms ended up having those ripple effects, like how Frasier became sort of arguably more well-known than Cheers, even though it was a spin-off of Cheers.
Well, I think it's also, I mean, yes, I think that's actually more a case of more people were watching television at the time that Frasier started actually rising to power versus Cheers, where television was something that people largely enjoyed, but it wasn't as ubiquitous.
That's entirely fair, and I would also argue that more people have become, or more young people rather, have become familiar with Cheers because of Adventure Time.
Hi, Gaelic.
Hello!
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
you are
sorry.
absolutely fine. I just hope you've been getting some rest, given all that you've been going through.
They have not.
Yeah, who am I kidding? Anyone in Artist's Alley doesn't get any rest.
Or get paid nearly as much. If you know anything about your favorite artists, go support them at cons. And if you can't support them directly at cons, buy their merch. And if they don't have any merch available, either commission them or
throw money
donate to
at
their
them.
Ko-fi,
Yeah.
whatever works for you. Try to support them because it is a very difficult field to be in.
Yes.
And also specifically support our friend Gaelic Knox because they deserve all of the love and support, and they are currently dying at a con right now.
Yeah. But, Gaelic Knox, many of you might know for regularly joining me for my Nuzlocke streams. They, as was mentioned before, are currently in hell, and they could use all the support they can get. So go follow them on Blue Sky, go follow them on Twitch.
Oh,
Listen, even death itself can deal with exhaustion.
Recaffeinate, print more stickers.
Yes.
Try to take care of yourself. I know that's a hard thing to do in your position, but just do what you can to take care of yourself.
Do what you gotta. But, yeah, we are watching the Jim Henson Hour from 1989, the very first episode. Think of it as sort of a semi-modern-esque variety show. Slightly more modern than The Muppet Show in terms of variety show aspects. Yes, thank you. And, well, you know what? I'll even add to that. There we go. Just painting the complete picture of how humorous we all are.
Oh, yes, we're so funny. I am still not... I'm sorry, I just do randomly reminded of this. So, I have recently joined the Patreon server of a YouTuber that I am fond of, especially for media and specifically music analysis. Turns out that this particular YouTuber is a big fan of Pokemon for a number of reasons. Now, some of you may know that I occasionally do voice work. I don't think that I have trotted out my impression of Ash Ketchum very much.
Oh, yeah.
But at one point, the topic had shifted, and I don't remember everything that prompted this discussion, but at one point, someone said something to the effect of, Ash Ketchup ain't shit. And I said, that's really rude, you know. God, I need to get into voice. There we go. All right, that's really rude, you know. And all of a sudden, because... Again, the YouTuber was on camera as this his eyes went wide and he went slack-jawed and he stared. And after a minute, put his hands up in his hair and he was just like, what? The best part is he started crying. That's always a great sentence, right?
Yeah,
but he did. He got a little teary-eyed because he actually has a connection with Pokemon, and especially like the first few seasons. I'm not going to get into all of that, but it hits an emotional place. So I managed to make someone cry by talking as Ash Ketchum.
It's almost as if Ash Ketchup here were here in the room with us.
What did you say, you little bitch? What'd you fucking call me?
You want to try that again? Actually, so at one point, this is just a side note, I have managed to create something that will allow that person to cause psychic damage to other people. And that is, he got me to say skibbity in Ash Ketchum's voice and recorded that. And now it is a soundboard audio that can be shared, at least in his server and to anyone who has the ability to share it in other servers.
Ah, yes. It's always a pleasure and always a bit of a curse, pain, call it whatever you like, when you have those just random moments of genius or those random moments you would much rather forget that end up immortalized in the form of a sound bit.
Skibbity. Anyway,
wow, that just kind of slipped back into my normal.
In order to get into a little boy's voice, I have to kind of practice it, and it's a little bit of a rough zone for my voice, especially to add that little boy gravel, I guess. Whatever. Anyway.
Yes. It's almost as if we're voice actors.
You more so than I.
Listen.
But I have my little, set of cards. Anyway.
Listen, take the compliment.
No! I refuse!
But I will have to listen to your Aang voice sometime, Silver. But, take it, phrasing, Nick. Anyway, moving right along, Footloose and Fancy Free.
Kermit. He's got the reruns.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Kerm. How's Digit?
Oh, well, he's still...
And here we have a representation of people of color.
I mean, to be fair, that is a lot of color.
Yeah, I believe this character, whose name unfortunately escapes me at the moment, he would go on to be the host of The Muppets Tonight. And then he would never appear again. I think because of a legal issue where, the actor ended up leaving Jim Henson Productions, and they did not want to have this character voiced without that particular actor. Clifford, thank you. Kevin Clash, yes. It was a whole thing, apparently. But I think the last time we ever saw Clifford was in the Gonzo movie. That was, in fact, a thing.
See, for me, I'm always going to have the association with Gonzo with many, many years ago. A Christmas many years ago with my family. And my brother had just had foot surgery.
I see.
And it was a very painful surgery, and it was a painful recovery. And he had some painkillers that, like any painkiller is going to make you maybe a little bit on the loopier side.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that on this particular occasion, it was actually Christmas Day. And, we'd all been having a pretty good time. He found himself in a little bit of pain. So he took a couple of the pills that he was given, and he said that it wasn't, giving as much relief as he thought. So he ended up taking another one. And again, this was one before the modern day opioid crisis, and also just that was take as needed was the instruction. And so he took the third one, and after a little bit, he was saying, I really don't think that these are having any real effect on me right now. Within 5 seconds of him saying that, those like Hershey's candy canes that it's the big plastic candy cane that has the
full of
the
Hershey's Hugs.
Yeah, inside of it, and then it has like the cane loop at the top.
Yes.
He picked up the cane head on that, stuck it between his fingers, and said, "Look, I'm Gonzer!" And
forgot about that story.
My mom and I were sitting on the opposite side, and kind of we were starting to laugh, and he was kind of playing into it. My mom pulled out her camera and took a picture of my brother doing this. Now, my brother had just gotten a brand new camera, digital camera, which was also very new at the time. And on seeing the picture getting taken of him, went, oh, you're going to take a picture of me, are you? Pulled out his brand new camera. Sorry.
Go ahead.
When you're laughing before, because you know how the ending is.
Exactly.
Picked up his camera, turned it in our direction, pressed a button, nothing happened. Confused, because again, he was still getting used to this new camera. He didn't know how to operate it as well. He turned it towards himself, and then the flash went off. And he, recoiled in surprise at having been flashed by his camera. And so, my mom, we had a laughing fit. And my mom remarked, again, voice choked with laughter, so that's going to be a picture that is going to be Jesse 3 days after surgery, stoned out of his mind.
I sent you my delirium. Please respond.
It was just the 5-second shift between, I don't think this is having any effect on me. Look, I'm Gonzer!
These edibles ain't shit. The Mountain Kong.
Oh no, that was a different...
That was a certain nameless android that will remain nameless.
He's not nameless. Fuck you.
Anyway.
Enough. No, it was someone who was so high that he couldn't type, or he couldn't talk. The only thing that he could do was type. But again, I say type. I'm not sure that what came out... Anyway. That's its own thing, and I'm sorry for the little side tangent. I mean, I guess it was loosely connected.
It's content, as the children say it. This is all content. And the more content we have, the less likely we are to have both Disney and Toho come after our collective ass.
True.
Anyway.
Lindbergh is giving him first aid.
Wait a minute. Lindbergh is a TV repairman, a pipe fitter, and a sheet metal worker.
The perfect man to give Digit first aid.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, I thought I would check and see what was on the Heavy Culture channel.
Heavy? Too heavy for me.
Yeah.
And now, a dramatization of Count Leo Tolstoy's classic novel, War and Peace. This week, Part 1, War.
You know, that's an apt summary.
Oh my god.
They really came in with the... God. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised it's the Muppets, but...
The fucking bunk.
I know.
Bunk, 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 bunk. It sounds like the fucking wiffle bats.
Yes.
That's what it is.
So good.
Peace.
I mean, I guess the ultimate peace is in death.
Yeah. I think we missed a second or so there, but let's relive this glory, shall we? Explosions are also a Jim Henson staple. Yes, back before certain adaptations of the Transformers franchise sort of stole that thunder, as it were.
Tolstoy's classic novel, War and Peace. This week, Part 1, War.
It's the pool noodles.
Tune in next week for Part 2, Peace.
Today's show was brought to you by the letter Friday, Joe Friday, with more precipitation Saturday morning. And you are no Jack Kennedy.
Okay, how many of you in the chat even know who Jack Kennedy is? Just out of morbid curiosity.
I'm not sure that I know. Then again, I didn't care too much about pop culture for the longest time anyway.
Yeah.
Just in general.
I mean...
There's certain things I remember because it's just kind of inevitable about living in the 80s and 90s the way that I did.
Exactly. I feel like we're watching a piece of media put together by Gex the Gecko, which is outlandishly outdated pop culture references. 35th U.S. president, I mean... Gosh.
Are you a doctor?
Well, I'm an expert in first aid and plumbing.
If he dies, could you come in and take a look at my sink?
Kermit, I think I can help.
Okay, I take it back. This is the first VTuber.
You know.
For surgery.
Well, Waldo, what are you going to do?
I'm going in.
Waldo?
Not now, Kermit. I'm going to try to jump start him.
Kermit. 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 I'm ready to give it a go.
Did he just say skibbity?
I mean, he do be sticking out his gut.
Don't.
My sentiments exactly. I think we all lost in this situation.
We all lost.
What? Well, where are you now?
I'm in a big room with lots of dusty file cabinets and cobwebs.
Where's that?
I think Waldo's made his way into Digit's brain. See if you can find the motor reflexes.
Is this it?
Whoa. Right above that should be the emotion.
Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was.
Zach, I can't blame you.
Yeah, no, like, enjoy your time in the void, Zach. I think you'll be better off.
Good lord.
Ah, my word.
Feelings, whoa, feelings. Wish I'd never met you, girl.
Turn it down! Turn it down!
Hey, I'm drawing a blank, guys. Can you zap me out of here, Lindy?
No problem. I'll just hit this yellow translocation button, and it'll beam you right out. Or beam us in.
Oh, that's a good sign.
Oh, great. We've been transported into the plot of Inner Space.
God, that was the Martin Short movie, wasn't it?
I think so. Is the one where they shrank themselves into the capsule and entered the guy's body?
I mean, that's a very classic plot anyway, but I think I remember, yes, something along those lines, which also became endlessly parodied for the longest time.
It really did. Miss Frizzle who?
I mean...
Gosh. I feel bad for what ultimately became of the Magic School Bus. With the attempted reboot of, hey, remember Miss Frizzle? Well, here's her far less interesting niece. That's just as good, right?
And never mind that they sucked all of the charm out of it.
Originated from Fantastic Voyage, more than likely, Nicholas.
Fantastic Voyage, that's the one that I was thinking of.
Yeah.
But I do think Inner Space was the modern adaptation.
Yeah, it was...
That was based on that story?
Yes, and I think they were, like, really taking the piss out of it as well. Like, it was... I remember it being a sort of, like, adult comedy sort of approach to the concept.
Oh, very much so.
Ah, man.
Get us out of here!
Oh, hey, listen, if you can't get us out, watch the Fashion Doll sketch on monitor 8.
Okay, Bootsy, here's all the stuff you'll need for a whole new adventure. Oh, Brad's gonna be so surprised.
Come on, Bootsy. I'm going nutty.
Dear Lord.
You know, Ken fell on hard times after the Barbie movie.
He's just Ken.
Yeah, just Monica.
Shut up. I knew you were going to do it.
Plastic-based jump scare. I mean, listen, like, it could be a spokesman for Colgate. Look at that shining, gleaming tooth.
That was, by the way, what the toys looked like at this time.
Oh, yes. Just like the running paint into the curved textured plastic. The uncomfortably textured plastic.
And again, singular tooth.
Yes, and the neon bright colored clothes.
Uh-huh. That's the 80s for you.
I feel like I'm watching an episode of Red Dwarf. As someone who's never watched Red Dwarf, but has been tempted to check it out by a certain British content creator we both know.
Ah.
That being our good buddy Chris Falero.
Yes.
Go follow Chris Falero on socials.
Just Falero.
Yeah. Just Valero.
Just Falero. Just
Let me see your
Falero.
new outfit. I'm getting dressed, Brad. This
Brad.
one's a little complicated.
I just realized what this reminds me of. Sorry to pause on yet another unfortunate face. Did you ever see the live action Inspector Gadget movie?
Oh, yeah, with Matthew Broderick?
Yes. Do you remember where they made the evil Inspector Gadget? Where he looked far more plasticky?
Not necessarily. I didn't watch that movie.
Well, I mean, ultimately you were better off. But they made an evil Inspector Gadget, is my point. To face off against Matthew Broderick, who is also, no surprise, I'm sure, played by Matthew Broderick. And they gave him the same treatment of the single plastic tooth element. Constantly grinning with distorted, grimacy smiles. Yeah, it's one of those traumatic experiences from the movie theater that are better off left in our collective subconscious. To say nothing of the straight-to-DVD sequel. Anyway.
I don't like those faces that he made.
None of those expressions should have been combined with any of those sound effects.
None whatsoever.
You know, for kids!
I don't like that we can't see his hands.
Yeah, also better off. Let's be thankful that he probably doesn't have individual movement of his fingers.
So cool your retro rockets and get ready for it. Reach for the stars, Bootsy.
Wow! I'd sure like to blast off with you, Boots.
We know.
Yeah, we've been new.
Catch that
We
swinging
knew.
space helmet.
And how about this dreamy Bootsy life support system?
That was literally... like, I know this is meant to be a parody of Barbie, but that's basically literally what Barbie outfits were like.
They really were. It's like if Barbie went Super Sentai.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's pretty nice.
Hey, why so glum, Brad?
Well, I was just thinking. Here you are, Bootsy the fashion model, Bootsy the career girl, Bootsy the astronaut. With all these high-powered careers, when are you going to find time for me?
Yes, I do have fabulous careers, Brad. And a wardrobe to go with each one. But there's one thing I need to make every outfit complete.
What's
Money.
that, Boots?
You on my arm.
Oh, Boots, and I was worried.
Wow.
Does that mean that
Yeah.
we can be astronauts together?
So So a certain monkey may have just followed me.
Oh, hi!
Hi, hermano! So, hermano,
Hola, señor.
fun
¿Qué
fact,
pasó?
you are officially my 50th follower on Twitch. Yeah, congratulations. You are, in fact, the person to at least put me into the running of potentially reaching affiliate.
Congratulations on being a rung on the ladder to his success.
Thank you very much for that, hermana. Everyone watching, please go follow Gail Rice, also known as Hunchuan Bats, the monkey
Also
VTuber.
known as the coolest monkey man in the world.
Yes, also known as the person responsible for one of the hip new comics on Webtoon, My Companion Roka, which I'm totally not biased in shilling just because I'm on the writing team for that. What are you talking about?
Of course.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway. But yes.
It's past your bedtime. Why am I yawning?
Hermano, we are watching the Jim Henson Hour, which was produced by, as the name suggests, Jim Henson, the man behind The Muppets and many other innovations in visual effects in cinema at the time. So let's get back to Great Value Barbie and Ken here and their lovely spin on misogyny. That plastic dude is gonna be in my nightmares. Yeah, how do you think we feel?
My career means nothing if I don't have my handsome... I mean, to be fair, this is actually kind of... I don't want to say feminist, but it's the... My careers are only complete with my fancy boy toy on my arm.
Exactly.
Literally treating not Ken as an accessory, which is actually the reverse.
Yeah. Oh, Brad, you're my trophy Trump.
Never say that.
I mean, take one look at that hair and tell me otherwise.
I have to tell you not to make that joke.
Fair enough. This particular... go ahead.
The thing is that it would have been funny maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But in the 10 years intervening, I can't say that it has any humor for me left anymore.
No, that's entirely valid. This puppet has committed far fewer war crimes.
Well, that's a sentence that you just said.
It is. And
this
it's on the internet
has
forever.
committed far fewer war crimes.
Yes, it's on the internet forever unless this VOD gets taken down. But in the interim, let's roll that dice. Die, rather.
Being an astronaut takes a lot of special training and tailoring.
I could learn.
Here, Bootsy, I made you a spaceship of your very own.
Oh, okay, Brad. Get ready for your first lesson in my new Bootsy Reach for the Stars Spacester.
Wow. Kicky wheels, Boots.
If I may.
Yes.
So here's a fun fact. Before the 80s, the whole concept of like toy-based shows, anything that was basically just blatantly shilling some kind of like toy, and it's like creating specifically cartoons or TV shows that are around the concept of a toy that they're trying to sell that didn't really exist before the 80s. Transformers was very much the forefront of that. Of course, I say this like as if I'm any kind of expert. I'm not. A friend of ours by Cyberlink420, who also works on such programs as Sonic F, as well as the podcast, along with a couple of other friends, including Falero, The Hill is Always Greener, a podcast that is available on the YouTube. Anyway.
Yep, and the friend I mentioned earlier, Game Buddy, is also on that.
Yes. But, so this was actually very common, this kind of dialogue in the 80s and early 90s, where it was a lot more stilted and you got a lot more of the very obvious, be sure to check out my favorite, and then like whatever toy they're trying to sell. Like, I got this brand new kitchen set, which you can get for only $49.95.
Oh,
that was very common in this era. So this is a very spot-on parody of the sort of shit that you would have seen around this time.
Absolutely. As someone who grew up with the 80s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon, they were very much leaning into that, especially when they got around to the parodies of that, like Street Sharks and Extreme Dinosaurs.
Well, but Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was a parody to begin with.
Oh, yeah.
The original comic that it was made was like literally a
It's so
commentary
grimdark.
on ridiculousness, but wrapped in grimdark. And then it got made into a cartoon and became a cultural phenomenon. And I
Yeah.
will not thank Ronald Reagan for a damn fucking thing. I don't even care that it is a sarcastic remark. I will never thank that man. I will always punch him in the face. I don't care that he's already dead. I don't care that he doesn't
winners
even have a
don't do
face anymore.
drugs.
I don't care that he doesn't even have a face anymore because it's rotted away. I don't fucking care. If I ever see that fucker again, I'm going to punch him. If I see him in the afterlife, which, let's be real, I'm probably going to hell too, I will, in fact, make sure to make his hell a little bit worse by virtue of my fist in his face.
Yeah, I'll meet you there. God. Jesus. But
So speaking of hell...
Yeah, anyway. Back into Tartarus's 9th layer.
Hop on! Wow! This astronaut stuff is a gas!
Next time, I'll show you how to push the button that fires those zippy turbo thrusters.
I love the lisps because they are speaking through those plastic teeth wraps.
I love also just the slow, gradual tones. Next time, I'll show you how to press the button that activates the zippy lifto turbos. And like, do you two need a moment? I mean, you have the separating screen right there.
Just add the fucking horror ambiance to it, and then it's just like, this is a whole different show.
I mean, I can take care of that for you.
Except I can't hear it.
Which makes it doubly hilarious. Well, oopsie doodle. Just all the sound effects. All the fanfare. Anyway.
This... Wow, what a wicked ride!
Well, Brad, now you never have to worry about us being apart.
What do you mean, Boots?
Well, wherever I go, I can still hold your hand.
Now I carry my boyfriend wherever I go. And what do you know? The perfect shape.
Now you'll never go anywhere ever again.
You know, something.
Let me take
something,
a piece of your mangled corpse up with me in space.
Something pocket rocket joke.
Don't.
To be fair, they beat me to the joke, essentially. You having a good time there, Hermano?
He's having a jitter.
He's having a bad time, having a bad time. There you go. Mind out of the gutter, bud.
Wow, what a nutty chick! Hey, look.
What a nutty chick! The sound effects caught you off guard. Yeah, they're a relatively new addition to my setup, and by relatively I mean just introduced tonight. What the fuck is that? It's your new best friend, Digit.
Digit!
I'm not even joking when I say I am tempted to see if once I'm able to get custom emotes, we can get like a Digit Pog for the chat.
No!
A man can dream. Look at this dreamboat. Just eyes closed and waiting for you for those 7 minutes of heaven.
Don't!
That's a malnourished Max Headroom.
You know? It is.
Eraserhead who? God.
I can't reach the yellow button from inside here. If we work together, maybe we can get Digit to push the button.
We have to figure out how to move him.
I'll look for a motor control.
Just pausing there for an awkward moment. Remember earlier when I was mentioning that even with some of the awkward digital effects that were implemented into the show, there is still puppetry at its core. That thing there is an example of that. Mm-hmm. Where once again, it was a hand puppet at its core, and the movements were just captured with a live performer, but then that was just translated into a computer and further processed for the finished cut of the show. This was essentially the first VTuber, is what I'm trying to say.
I also love, because I'm also watching the stream. I mean, it's muted there, but the contrast between my various followed channels. There's you at four viewers, and then there's Moist Critical with 3.5 thousand viewers.
Yeah, no, that absolutely tracks. I mean,
And those are the two options available to me right now.
I mean, I just lack the charm of a depressed Floridian man. That's my problem.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get there.
Yeah. But in the interim...
What's that?
Wait, the control marked locomotion.
Hang on, can you pause?
Push it.
Yeah, one moment.
Everybody.
Kermit's delivery on... Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, let's even go
Can you bring
back.
it back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God, Digit. You,
Man, I can't reach the yellow button from inside here. If we work together, maybe we can get Digit to push the button.
We have to figure out how to move him.
I'll look for a motor control. Hey, come here, look at this.
What's that?
The delivery.
what's that?
What's that?
I mean, this is just another Monday for Kermit.
Kermit is so tired.
He is so fucking tired.
Kermit is so tired. What's that?
Yeah,
Like, doesn't care. It's just like, I may as well be going through this experience right now.
His love life, such as it is in shambles. His professional career is been in and out of the toilet. I mean, listen. It's been in and out of the toilet more than someone from an episode of Behind the Music.
It's been in and out of the toilet more than In-N-Out burgers.
I mean, listen, as someone with a vendetta against In-N-Out, I could not agree more.
He's also complicit to the That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, here's something that... Just media analysis, okay? Every good comedy needs at least one straight man. And I'm not even saying that someone can only ever be the straight man. One of the reasons why Logician and I play well off of each other is because we can be each other's straight man. One of us can be Gremlin, the other can be quote-unquote normal.
Yeah, Costello needs his Abbott.
But it doesn't... You don't have to only ever be one or the other, or... As long as there's one to be the audience self-insert, so to speak, the one to highlight the insanity. Because if you don't have someone to kind of ground things, then people are just ping-pongy weird all over the place. You need a Kermit in order to make things work. And yet Kermit is by no means absolved of responsibility in the weird shit that happens.
Yeah. Motherfucker spent most of his life living in a swamp playing the banjo, which, once again, depressed Floridian joke. But the point of absurdist comedy is that you need someone grounded just enough in reality to contextualize the absurdism of what is happening in any given scene. Without that, you just have, well, let's be honest, early years YouTube.
True. Fucking... Fred the Orange or whatever.
Oh,
the angry
Fred. No, I like Fred the Orange better. It just combines two of the internet's greatest sins into one entity.
Honestly, Fred the Orange. I like that. We need to make that a fucking character.
We do.
Anyway.
Listen, we already have Grandpa Uh-oh. We might as well push forward with Fred the Orange.
Nicholas, don't remind you! You were baby. You were literally... baby when Fred the Orange was popular on the YouTube. You don't know what it was like.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
It was... Let's go back to the show.
After these messages...
Wait, marked locomotion.
Great. Push it.
Enabler.
Everybody's doing a brand new dance.
Fuck off, I just got it. Come on, baby, do the locomotion. That song, that fucking song played so many times during... Do you remember that era of the Disney Channel where there would be at least one music video per commercial break?
I mean, it wasn't every commercial break, but it usually was in between each of the shows.
Yeah, like it was... I remember the music video for The Locomotion, like, playing so many fucking times watching the Disney Channel.
And I'm pretty sure that was the Kylie Minogue version?
Maybe? It's hard.
I mean, it wouldn't have been the original, like, 60s version.
No, it was the version with, what's-her-face? She was wearing, like, a pink t-shirt and overalls and, like, going around, like, a rail yard with a bunch of kids, which is a lot more ominous when you say it out loud. But,
Isn't it?
But, yeah, that was what introduced me to that song, and it became one of those, like, I heard it so many times in the background of my watching experience that I just took it for granted until years later.
On, baby, do the locomotion.
Oh, my gosh. Once again, this is very much a time capsule.
It is.
Maybe that's why I should call this segment Time Capsule TV.
Huh.
I was going over a handful of names, like Retrocity, like retro, like atrocity, but apparently that was already a thing. Rerunning in the 90s, but this is from the 80s, so it wouldn't exactly apply. Maybe just like Time Capsule TV.
You know? Not
Anyway, nomenclature aside.
Come on, baby, do the locomotion.
Lindbergh, turn it off!
Hey, I found the hand control.
You know?
You know?
The feet, quick, find the controls for the feet.
Well, let me try these ones here.
What? No.
I just realized... Go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
I was just going to say that, like, if you go back like a second there, the pedals are literally shaped like feet.
I also wanted to point out that this is how I imagine any attempts of Entropy trying to reunite with you, Logician, would look like. I know, but you can't tell me I'm wrong, can you?
It just left me with a feeling of...
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, not great.
Entropy, first chance he gets trying to manipulate you in some kind of way physically, like some kind of control operating room like this. This is
Yeah.
exactly what he would do, and you know it.
It really is. And I'm even like... Because, like, the feet pedal thing is very clever. I remember there being an era where, like, at least in a handful of cartoons, like, the accelerator pedal and a lot of, like, cartoon cars were shaped like a foot.
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm trying to remember what movies or shows specifically had that. I think it was, like, at least one or two where, like, there were monster trucks involved, but I'm sure it'll come back to me in time. But, yeah, suffice it to say, like, again, just, oh my god, I even saw the fuzzy dice up there.
Yep.
God, like, for those unfamiliar, think of those as, like, the truck nuts of the 80s and 90s.
Don't say words.
Is it an inaccurate assessment?
Don't say words.
It's almost as if that's my entire job.
It's not. You can do other things than saying words. You can, shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
That is an option.
Well, there are mute VTubers, but I don't have nearly as much charm or sex appeal.
Anyway.
No, push it the other way.
I'll try.
Find the finger.
That's what she said.
Here.
That's also what she
Now,
said.
the yellow button,
Yeah,
quick.
turn.
Towards the yellow button.
Here we go. Getting closer. Here it goes.
You know?
Wow. Everybody okay?
Ooh, that was fun.
Now what?
I know I had a tool belt on.
I just realized the little digital puppet had jiggle physics with his stomach. I mean, more evidence thereof that he was a VTuber.
I mean,
Oh, no. Oops. Oh, here's Louis Anderson.
Space Guy, the thrilling story of a guy in space.
That feels like an Aqua Teen Hunger Force bit.
it really do.
We left Space Guy. He and his faithful crew of lobsters had just escaped another harrowing experience.
What is this, the Amanda Show?
I mean, again, shared DNA.
Case dismissed. Bring on the dancing lobsters.
Case dismissed. Bring in the dancing lobsters.
Once again, I'm sure these sound like the ramblings of madmen to those who did not grow up with this idiocy.
This is absolutely a spin-off of Pigs in Space.
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. I was just going to say, I was surprised that it wasn't initially Pigs in Space. Though, give it a minute, they might show up.
Yeah.
Pigs in space. Did you know that had an official crossover with Doctor Who once? It was at a convention, and they were doing a bit of like pigs in space when all of a sudden the TARDIS sound starts coming in, and David Tennant walks in. And it's just the 10th Doctor interacting with Miss Piggy and co.
I mean,
God, yeah. That was the crossover I didn't know we needed.
And we didn't.
I mean, still more entertaining than the Star Trek Next Generation crossover they did with Doctor Who.
So, let's keep watching.
Let's keep watching.
That was a harrowing experience. One space guy who's never gonna mix antimatter and beer nuts again.
You know?
The cut on... Ah! Perfectly cut scream.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Just comedy gold there. Just the sheer number of, like, people who didn't understand what the fuck antimatter was, by the way, when it started popping up in every sci-fi B movie.
They learned a term and then just decided to use it however. It's like people who call things 5G.
Oh, God.
Like, it doesn't actually exist, for the record.
Yeah.
It's not actually something that can be achieved. But they call it 5G, and it's just like, anytime you see all natural on a package, everything in the world technically is natural. It's like people who say, oh, I can't stand anything that has any chemicals in it. Like, look, the food you eat is chemicals. There's no such thing as chemical taste to things because everything is a chemical. It's just how does our brain perceive it?
Yeah, I hate GMOs. Motherfucker, look at the history of agriculture.
GMOs are a thing that gave us edible food.
Yeah.
And enough edible food to sustain, I mean, whether or not capitalism actually allows us to feed the masses that need to be fed, and, you know, we don't have horrific landfills of disposed of food that could have been given to people who need it, but no, then the profit margin wouldn't go to the companies, now would it?
Yeah.
Anyway. But a lot of the accessibility that we have with a bunch of these foods that previously would only be if you happen to be local to them, or at least within a decent amount of shipping range, GMOs have had a profound effect on our ability to send food, even like the longevity of food post actually being produced, to be able to preserve certain things. But just in general, can be a good thing within reason.
Yeah. Like, granted, like, there are certain concerns that come up with the like of, like, you know, CRISPR gene splicing, or not even gene splicing, because CRISPR is its own thing where you edit the pre-existing genetic qualities of an organism rather than, you know, gene splicing or recombinant DNA research, which is combining two different... Anyway, regardless, like, genetically modifying produce is a way that ensures that not only will it last longer and be more resistant to pesticides and the like, it's resulted in pretty much every single edible food we consume on a daily basis nowadays. Do you think corn always looked the way it does? No. Maize was fucking small and grainy, and granted, white people can't even fully process corn, which is ironic, but corn in and of itself has become such a staple of, like, just pretty much, well... Even outside of dietary needs, like, it's become a source of fuel in many instances. There's a lot of, you know, applications one can make with that particular... Well, I guess it is technically I am not a botanist, so I will have to apologize. Is corn a fruit or a vegetable?
It's a vegetable.
I thought so, because the seeds are on the outside, but, you know, it's hard to keep track sometimes.
It's good to... I mean, I'm not a botanist either, and if someone wants to correct me, but generally speaking, it is classified as a vegetable.
Yeah, I figured as much. But regardless, like, anything from the apple you get from the grocery store to, I don't know, the mushrooms you get for your pasta, those have all been genetically modified to one degree or another, even before the advent of, like, individual gene splicing technology, just through selective breeding. That favorite that favorite breed of dog you have, that is a genetically modified organism. You know?
So, let's get back to
back to the most infamous GMO of all.
What now, Lobster Debbie?
I'm picking up communications from an alien vessel. Shall I put them on the view screen?
It's almost time for Bonanza.
God. Dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da da da.
Don't.
I will be thoroughly impressed if anyone in the fucking chat knows what Bonanza is.
Right.
Oh, where's the remote?
Don't you tell me that remote is missing again! Why, I was here a second ago telling me trying to find that remote! Use those pincers! Or else tomorrow it's gonna be lobsters for hire in the paper! Look under the couch!
You know.
Look, it's an alien
Oh, God.
Actually, I'm an alien bean. Hello.
So...
Oh.
Bean the Rabbit is one of those Muppets that most people don't know what the fuck resulted in this. I'm relatively certain that Bean the Rabbit had his own little short film. I think it was an Easter special of some sort, where he was essentially the protagonist among a group of rabbits that were at risk of essentially getting murdered by a farmer and his Muppet dog.
Also, Watership Down?
I mean, you're not even wrong. It was just the PG Watership Down. Actually, I would have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure the animated version of Watership Down that I saw was technically PG, despite how horrendously gruesome it was.
I mean, you know, anything can be PG if you edit it enough.
Yeah.
As a lot of people who do YouTube content actually know.
Yeah, you're not even wrong. Also, I'm glad you actually got the reference there, Silver. You've been on this planet long enough to at least get, you know, Bonanza. Just, let's throw in Leave It to Beaver and Mr. Ed for another lesson, as it were, on the history of television.
Bunny from the planet Chutron.
What do you want?
I want to be your friend.
Why'd you start by attacking?
What do you say? Do you want to sing a song or play a game?
This is
That's
one,
your face.
This is one frame away from becoming the genocide route.
Wow!
I'm just saying. This feels like a setup out of something Toby Fox put together.
Okay, so you invoke Mr. Ed, that again sends me on a little bit of a memory trip.
By all means.
I remember one exchange between my parents, and I don't even remember it all that well because I was very young. This was before to put it in Aaron Hanson's words, turned on as a person.
Fun.
But if you ever want a glimpse at my sense of humor, you could always just look at my parents, or at least could have. But at one point, I forget if it was me or my brother who asked, like, it was something along the lines of, like, what's a horse or something along those lines. I might have actually been the one asking because I would have been like 3 or something like that. And I remember the response being a very sarcastic, well, a horse is a horse, of course, of course. And, like, I don't know why, but it was just such the sarcastic application of it that stuck in my memory. I learned sarcasm very, very young.
Oh, yes. Like, I see, my history with Mr. Ed is, like, I think it might have been from the UHF movie, where I remember there was one scene where, like, you could hear, like, the theme song playing in that one mad scientist guy's lab, but maybe them from that movie or another movie where, like, there are two, like goons of the primary antagonist watching TV, and it just cuts to a scene like, what kind of name is Ed for a horse? What kind of a name is Wilbur for a man? And they, like, just have the two, like, goons talking about, like, you know how they do that, right? They put peanut butter on the inside of the horse's mouth. Which,
oh, yeah.
First of all, I don't think that's how they did it. I think they literally attached strings to the lip of the poor horse.
I think it was a combination of things like that.
God. Anyway, back to Mr.
Whatever
Bean
this
here.
is.
Yeah.
You little carrot-sucking pepper.
Oh my, what's your language?
Now, let us go before my ferocious team of combat lobsters have to get robbed. I'm Space Guy!
We recall. We recall, Louis. That is what you're getting paid for, yes.
I mean... Don't mind me, I shoved a fucking cough drop in my mouth.
So just, I'm Space Guy!
That's very good, sweetheart.
Yes. We'll put that curt comment right up on the fridge.
What a coincidence! We just found all this melted butter, right?
So long, space chump.
Hey, don't take the remote.
So are we friends now?
I'll see you as rabbit stew first, hairball.
You know, you wouldn't be so cranky if you were cute. Maybe a little dose of the cute ray will cheer you up.
You know?
Gotcha.
You know?
I feel like this is something that I would do to you, Logician.
I mean, bold of you to assume you haven't in a previous timeline. And now I've given her the idea. Anyway.
Oh, my nose! What are you doing? My hands! I'll get you for this, you piece of garbage!
See, you just keep getting cuter and cuter.
Stop it! Stop it!
You know, the Christmas Story is a little different than I remember it.
This is something that entropy would do to you, for sure.
Again, bold of you to assume.
I'm not assuming. He's told me.
Yeah, it does not surprise me that he's got your ass on speed dial.
Not on... First of all, not my ass. Second of all, not on speed dial.
Anyway, back to FurCon.
Oh, you won't make me cute. You won't. Think of things that aren't cute. Toxic waste, shotguns, Leonard Nimoy, cigar butts.
Balloons. One more ought to do it.
You can't do this to me. I'm not cute. I'm Space Guy.
I'm Space Guy.
You know?
You know? Overruled, Space Guy.
Three's a charm. Hi. I'm...
And
Hey,
this is why you avoid the Noid.
So...
Stay determined.
What the... I did actually have the stream briefly on for that, so...
God. Flowey who. God damn.
I'm sure he wishes he knew.
Cutest, cuddliest, most pinkalicious wonderful person in the universe.
The Cloudy Bun, ladies and gentlemen.
Look. My God, don't drag them into this.
No, they hate me enough as it is.
Wow.
Boo.
Peekaboo, will you be my friend?
Maybe I said it too high.
There's something about the completely dead-eyed Louis.
Yeah. Dead-eyed Louis. Where's that spin-off?
Just, can you bring it back just those few frames?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
That face is a thing of nightmares.
Yeah.
Especially because the nose is just so slightly...
Crooked.
Yeah.
His joy and optimism, gone. His hair, whack. His ears, whack. The limp wristed stuff he used for his body, whack. Me, I'm tight as fuck.
This is a man who has died. And that's just Louis Anderson.
He was on his last life, too.
Maybe I said it too high.
I don't think any of us are high enough
That
for
that
this.
that face.
Yeah.
That was the one that I meant.
Oh, sorry. To be discontinued.
Good.
Let's see if I can get the particular frame.
Maybe I said it too high.
There
That
we
one.
are.
That is no soul. The soul has left this entity.
No soul, bun empty.
I just wanted to highlight that.
If it sighs, we can kill it. Anyway.
Kermit, we've tried everything.
Poor Digit.
Never mind Digit, what about my tool belt?
Mr. Kermit, it's time for the closing number. Oh, who turned Digit off? Morning, Digit.
You know, leave it to the secretary to turn the tech guy on.
I know that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm even angrier than I would be if you said it by accident.
Yeah, I'm not exactly proud of that myself.
You shouldn't be.
Digit!
Kermit, why was I dreaming about a Phillips screwdriver?
Never mind that. We're all...
Oh my!
You know, I think that's something you need to keep between you and your therapist, Digit.
I was gonna say.
Kermit, there's a variety show from outer space you just have to see.
A variety show from outer space?
We don't have time for that, Gonzo. We have to do something about a closing number.
Oh!
Interesting.
Oh, that's actually kind of hilarious. I see we've entered
Color
their
swapped.
multiverse of madness.
Color swapped version.
Yeah. My word.
We don't have Osnog. We have to do something about a closing number. What did he say? Why? What did you say? Wait a second. Who are you? I'm Tim Rick the Gorf, and we're the Tapums. Hey, you don't have any idea for a closing number, do you?
The classic, we come from an alternate universe, therefore all of our names are your name but backwards.
Uh-huh.
Also, I love
I'm my own original character, Burmit.
I'm not Sonic. But I even love the 80s, like, neon outline to all of the characters.
Uh-huh.
This is... You know those mini Jawbreakers you would get where they'd, like, have the advertisement of, like, the Jawbreaker but happy face? You could see the layers in its open mouth. That's what this imagery is invoking for me.
Yeah. I can see that.
Taste the rainbow, motherfucker.
Don't.
I guess things are about the same the whole galaxy over. When you don't have a closing number, there's only one thing to do. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Pardon me, boy. Is that the Chattanooga choo-choo?
Oh, boy.
I think I'm going to spare us all from this particular terror. Someday they'll find it, the Rainbow Connection. The streamers, the haters, and me.
Jesus. Oh, boy.
You know? What if it was purple?
I don't like the way that it wagged its belly.
Listen, you don't like him
No.
flicking his bean on live air? On live air, good God, the more I watch this, the more my vocabulary fails me.
Yeah.
Okay, no, this...
Something about... Please bring it back. I know it's probably muted on your stream. But it's just like the going from this to the completely dead-faced Louie.
Just give it a minute. Give it a minute.
And the music died immediately.
I was about to ask. Thank you so much, Nick. Holy shit.
The music completely cut out there.
Oh, God.
And just like that face with the music immediately dying.
Oh, God. Yeah, I've just had it muted for a hot minute on my end.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yeah.
God. Jesus fuck.
I'm still hearing it.
Oh, well, I mean, fair enough. I guess like it works on. I appreciate that about this this unnamed nebulous piece of technology called Watch Together. That it actually works with individual volume levels.
Honestly, I prefer watch 4 together. 40 together.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that too, Nicholas.
It's like, this is where my career has led me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Is that the end of the music?
It might be, because there's definitely dialogue.
Okay, let me just bring it back past the sleep paralysis demons there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kermit, how do I get out of this costume?
That's not a costume.
What?
We've merchandised you to 16 toy companies.
You know.
Get my agent on the phone.
They literally pulled the "don't turn me into a marketable plushie" joke decades before it became popularized.
Huh. So, yes, Nicholas, you were correct.
Yeah.
When you hear the whistle blowing into the bar.
Yeah, again, gonna just...
And we're back to...
Yeah. Lower the chance of there being any sort of copyright strike here. Not that I'm sure this particular piece of auditory mastery is going to get this VOD flagged.
Oh, that's right. Gonzo had a thing with chickens.
I mean, listen. Like...
I'm listening.
This was around the time that furries were really coming into their own within the public consciousness of the human race. I'm not sure that featheries and scalies were far behind.
So if you actually knew the history of furries...
Vaguely. I can't pretend to be an expert in the field, admittedly.
They generally actually started sometime in, like, the 60s and certainly much more, like, connectedly in the 70s.
That's fair.
But...
I was mainly thinking the 70s. I know, for example, Osamu Tezuka, the creator of such iconic figures as Astro Boy, for example, was a massive closeted furry. And we know this because after his death, his mom, or rather his daughter, I should say.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, no, but his daughter went through his old drawers and workspace and found just tons of, like, home-drawn furry porn. Just all of the OC furry porn.
Mm-hmm.
Which, to be fair, they're still finding furry porn drawn by actual Disney animators. Love has leaked out as of late, so... And I love the idea. I think the common belief is, like, it spawned from, like, sheer spite that the animation teams had for, like, the corporate machine that is Disney. They basically just said, fuck you, I'm gonna draw Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers fucking.
I mean, that didn't have to be a fuck you thing. It could just legitimately have been, I want to draw this, so I'm gonna draw it.
You know, that's also fair. But I also like the idea that it was done out of spite.
Of course you would like it if people did things out of spite.
I mean...
That's like your whole MO.
I was going to say, can't imagine how you came to that conclusion.
I can't imagine where I would get that impression that you're a spiteful, vindictive man.
We should also see the leaked drawings of the SpongeBob crew. You know what? I can hazard a guess, given the number of holes in SpongeBob's body.
I don't know if I want people to clip that or not.
Yeah. Christ on a cracker, these fucking things.
Oh, I love that the puppeteer for Gonzo actually lost track of how many were left there. You can see them freeze for a second, like as if they were going for the final number, but then they continued. So you can actually, if you bring it back for a second, you can see them do that. You see that?
Oh yeah. God.
Did it stuck also again in O-face.
Does this look like the fucking face of Mercy? Oh, no, Digit! Like, oh!
Exactly, that's what I was saying. Digit stuck in fucking O-face.
Just stuck in...
And for me, like, I see on this stream that Kermit is slightly more upright. The version that I'm seeing has him bent forward a little bit more. Just looking like, in fact, a normal frog yelling at the camera.
This is just Kermit one frame away from using Final Flash. Just wiping Gonzo from the face of the earth. And that's Gonzo realizing, you know what? I may or may not have fucked up.
Yeah.
So
also, I think that the number is over.
Yeah,
now.
I was about to turn the volume back up.
The Jim Henson Hour will return after these messages.
It's been 2 hours.
Yeah, it's been 2. So I think...
Came from...
I think this is when we're gonna actually get into the possibly the short film segment.
I think that's what they said, yeah.
Yeah. I've been enjoying this stream so far.
Oh, yeah.
This has been a blast.
I'm glad. Cut to an explosion. This has been a blast.
Why is the lion doing a DreamWorks face?
Because it can.
We got to wondering what it would be like to combine ancient European folk tales with the visual punch and pace of today's music videos. Now that idea gave birth to our series of programs called The Storyteller, starring John Hurt. He's with us tonight.
God damn, I didn't know John Hurt was involved in this.
I mean...
So, for the uninitiated, John Hurt is one of my favorite actors of all time. He was the War Doctor from Doctor Who. He was the fascist Adam Sutler from the movie adaptation of V for Vendetta. He was the voice of the Horned King from The Black Cauldron. And he's just been in so many iconic films and pieces of animation over the years. And so I did not realize that it was actually him as the narrator for this Storyteller series. He was also he was in the John Goodman movie King Ralph. Oh, well, thank you very much for joining. So I believe that bumps us up to 51 followers, if I'm not mistaken.
Babe
Yes.
for NX Sweetie.
Yeah. You know, oh.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Moving on. I guess we have something to keep an eye out for in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I guess now that I've reached 50 followers, this is the point where more particular algorithms are going to start paying attention to my channel.
I'm wondering.
Yeah.
I don't have a way to actually just... I have concerns. That isn't... If you are a legitimate user and not a bot, then I'm sorry. But if you're a bot, then I'm not sorry. And if you say anything, you will be banned. Otherwise, I don't think I have access to ban someone that way.
Fair enough. I mean, you are a mod, but I guess we'll have to wait and see if they post anything. Anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
We'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
Exactly.
Tell The Heartless Giant.
Ah.
Here we go.
On the whole, there's absolutely no need to be frightened of giants. Giants are gentle, perfectly harmless, very affectionate. Unless, of course, the giant has no heart in his body.
I don't appreciate this attack on my character.
Uh-huh.
I will be, I'll be wording a strongly worded letter to the next of kin.
I am going to take a poll, both from you, Logician, as well as the people in your chat. Given the name and the lack of presence and no actual chat being made, do you feel that it would be inappropriate to make a preemptive ban on X-Babe for an X-Sweetie?
Try saying that 5 times fast.
I'm not going to. But what do you guys think? Should I do the preemptive ban? Would that be unfair? Would that be too draconian? Or would that just be erring on the side of caution?
Well, I mean,
Zelda.
we're dealing with giants right now, not dragons.
Zelda. Honey. Zelda. Uh-huh.
Once again, this is why I installed that particular sound effect.
I didn't hear any sound effects, so...
Yeah.
Hey!
Yeah, one of Lorelei's
I have
minions...
a sound effect, and her name is Zelda.
Yes, one of Lorelei's minions has joined us, it seems. Hard to say, better safe than sorry, but we also don't know if it's a legit user either.
I think... Because I don't know if there's anything that they can do. Like, I know that there are a handful of ways that, like, bots legitimize themselves, often by following individuals that do have some kind of legitimate site or presence or something along those lines. So it should be fine. I don't want to be like auto ban or anything. That's kind of why I put it up to vote.
Yeah,
I
would
was
say
definitely on the fence.
I would say let's let it be for now. If anything comes of it, we'll look into it. But for the time being, it's just an unfortunate username.
It is a name that unfortunately leans a little bit more into a bot style name.
Yeah.
However, if they try to spam something in the chat, well,
I mean,
because it would make sense for a bot to like follow you in case you have a followers only chat, for example. Because if you wait, I think you usually still have to wait 5 minutes after joining in order to be able to participate in such a chat. So we may not be seeing anything until, I mean, if 10 minutes from now they pop something in, we'll know.
Yes. But in the interim,
Yes.
all this tells me is that my following has grown just enough that it's gained the attention of AI.
Hey.
And apparently
Zelda.
of household vermin.
Zelda.
Anyway,
Come on.
back to John Hurt and how he has personally hurt my non-existent feelings.
No, you have feelings. Spite.
Yeah. Ken Murphy.
Think of all kinds of unpleasant things and add
I do.
giant to them. And that's what you get when a giant has no heart. Such a giant once terrorized a country in the far north of the world, near the very top.
Look for this day for night filter.
Uh-huh. I've seen worse.
Yeah.
But even then, I'm not going to fault them for this, because you know what? I prefer this to any of the instances where everything is so visually dark that you can't make out anything, that you can't make out any details. I would rather this than that. I want a well-lit night scene. And I actually recently found out that apparently one of the reasons why they leave it so fucking dark is not for the sake of realism, but to mask really shoddy fucking CG.
I mean, looks at Godzilla 2014.
Right? But that's just it. That makes a lot more sense, because it's a matter of doing shitty CG where they don't have to pay anyone. They've actually moved to, I mean, it's gotten even more blatant now that they're using the likes of like AI or whatever, generative technology.
Yeah.
Generative machine learning, etc., to actually generate their CG, and then they have an actual artist go in and like try to fix it. But of course, you can't fix something that is just so inherently broken. So they mask the errors and all of that by making it just unrecognizably dark. Yes. Hi, Zelda.
That makes sense.
She's currently coming up to put her paws on my boobies.
As you do. You're
Hey.
kneading the dough, as it were.
No, she just wanted to make sure that I paid attention to her, because I wasn't. Zelda, get off. Get off the desk. She started to do a butt groom, and I'm like, you're not doing that on my desk.
Yeah. Not on this Christian Minecraft server. Anyway, back to the Heartless Giant.
His heart. It gave him too much trouble, all those giant feelings. In its place was a wasp's nest about to swarm.
This giant could crack a skull with his fist like a walnut, and frequently did. Until at last...
Fun fact, by the way, that dog isn't real.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's also a Muppet. Which, again, it might be difficult to tell that at first glance if I didn't point that out. But, it's one of those... They could have just gotten a dog for this. But, that they made things harder for themselves. And in the process...
I mean, that's kind of probably the point.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a matter of showing off what they can do. It is literally a technical showcase.
Absolutely. And that's why I already adore this series.
King of that country, as good as the giant was bad, trapped him in a giant trap and locked him in a giant
You see,
cell.
okay, hang on. That's an interesting line.
Yeah.
A king who is almost as good as the giant was bad.
Mm-hmm.
But that implies one thing, but could literally mean the giant's not bad, but the king is.
Yeah, it's a very interesting way to leave it up to interpretation, but also tell how, like, this giant is the subject of the story, and he is doing some bad things. That doesn't necessarily mean he is a villain. He is just an antagonistic force at play here in the eyes of the people of the kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that kind of line read, I really appreciate with series like these, especially with high fantasy.
And the kind of writing that goes into that. Again, it's... I'm not going to compare it to fucking Sixth Sense in terms of, like, scale of cleverness. But, like, it's that sense of... They said it right up front. Like, if it does turn out that way, that it's a matter of a corrupt king who has the appearance of being good, then this line really foreshadows that.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to be as simple and black and white as giant evil. No, even if it's heartless, that doesn't mean that it's evil. You can be, both.
Yeah, it's just cut its heart off from the rest of the world.
So I think that goodness is measured not just in how you feel about things, but also the actions that you take.
Absolutely.
Even if you mean the best in the world, if your actions do harm to others, then you are, if not directly, evil-hearted, you are still committing an evil, even if you're not, but by not acting to stop it.
Oh yeah, I mean, to paraphrase a famous movie line, evil is as evil does.
Or, I mean, there's the phrase banality of evil. It's that evil in itself does not look like hand-wringing, villainy. Evil is something that happens when the people who want to do harm are not stopped by people who look at it and do not observe it as being evil.
Yeah.
It looks mundane. It looks everyday. That's why everyone is like, I never could have believed that guy living next to me was a serial killer, because they don't look like they are depicted in these in TV or movies or whatever.
Exactly.
They don't look like that. They look like your neighbor smiling at you, greeting you every day. That's the point. So, yeah, no, and the thing is, one of the other reasons why I love any Jim Henson production, obviously the comedy is spot on. They do fantastic practical effects, but there's always this heart of importance. There's a message, and I don't mean like everything has to have a message. I mean that I feel that there is a point to the stories that they tell.
Absolutely.
That there is a message in the sense of, I am communicating this to you through this medium because it is something that you might only be able to understand in metaphor first before being able to apply it critically.
Yeah, and like even going back to like a classic example of that being like both the unaired and the finalized version of The Dark Crystal. Like, because like the original cut of The Dark Crystal had a lot less actual dialogue and like expositive narration, and more was left up to interpretation. But in either cut, there is a lot at play, like concerning the duality of the soul and gray the fault in like black and white morality, and just like what it actually means to like stand up for something important, just various aspects like that. And it's granted, it's framed in the tale of a classic good versus evil sort of story, but it leaves enough open to interpretation to leave you with the message of any good meaning person can end up like this. It just depends on the circumstances and how they decide to essentially, react to different things that happen to them or different choices that they're given. Anyone has the capacity for great good or great evil.
It's just a matter of sorry, this is a nice and heavy subject for a stream that's about the Jim Henson show, but this is exactly how, if you ever look at abuse victims or cult people who get brainwashed into a cult, and you think, how could they possibly have arrived there? And it's like, because they don't come out the gate being boogity boogity, I'm evil. They do things that make you feel good to be around them. This is the true in both cases.
Yeah.
Evil doesn't feel like evil because by the time it gets to the point of truly being evil, you're already in over your head. You've bought into, well, they were so nice to me, how could they be evil? You've already bought into, well, they have protected me in ways that other people did not, so how could they be evil? They have given me something to believe in, so how could their beliefs be evil? I am not an evil person, and I agree with them. Therefore, their actions and their beliefs cannot be evil.
Yeah.
It is, you become conditioned, and anyone is vulnerable to this. It does not matter how smart you are. The only real defense against it is being aware of the fact that you can be convinced down those lines, which is why you need to be careful with not just what data you take in, but also how you process it and how you weigh that against other data. The way that someone is treating you in the moment might feel great, but if all it is about making you feel good and not necessarily actually addressing something that needs addressing, then this is just in general stuff that we're lacking online nowadays, especially across social media.
You're not wrong.
It is literally the case of, evil does not look like evil, and you will not see it because you're going to be fully immersed in it.
Yeah.
By the point it gets to that point, we are facing that right now.
Yeah, it gets normalized.
There's more dialogue because that test audience hated that they had to read the Skeksis subtitles. Put it simply, evil has a way of looking all nice and shiny on the outside.
Oh,
yeah. It is a sparkly present that will entertain you for a period of time up until until they've gotten what they want out of you.
Yeah, and that's essentially what the Urskeks were. The original beings, which became the Skeksis and the I forget the names of the other half of the species.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've watched
the
as well.
The Ancients or something to that effect. The Uru, thank you. That was their actual name.
And the fact that they came from the same place is in itself like the point.
Yeah, mystics, thank you. But as Laura was, pointing out, that the capacity for good and evil came from that same source, and that has the capacity to emerge in any person, like regardless of intention. Because the whole point behind the Urskeks was they came to the world of Dark Crystal, and I think the overarching lore was that they were cast out from their home planet and they landed here and were fascinated by, what they found, and they wanted to study the crystals. And Mother Agra, who is essentially the avatar of the planet, became a friend of theirs and said, "Hey, we'll give you this space age technology so you can like meditate and explore the stars. In exchange, let us, hang on to that crystal that's essentially the heart and soul of the planet, and it'll be all Gucci." And just out of curiosity, they ran experiments, and they just sort of, it led to continued infighting, and eventually the crystal got broken, and they themselves were divided into two completely different species that essentially embodied the extremes of, both their need for power and their search for tranquility and inner peace.
And
I, of course, cannot relate at all, but...
Oh, of course. You couldn't possibly relate to those circumstances whatsoever. It
No,
must
of
be
course
such
not.
an alien experience
Yes.
to look in on that kind of a story and not understand whatsoever what the characters are going through.
Yeah.
They tried to purge their impurities, but ended up creating... See, this is another thing. One of the reasons why it's important and why we're having a mental health crisis, not just locally, but just kind of globally right now, is that we have been taught that the only way to truly be rid of our sins, so to speak, and this is even just saying like our bad mental health, is to just purge it out of us, treat it like it's not a part of us. But
we end up
our
just sort of
good and our bad-
compartmentalizing things.
Yeah, and treating it like it's something that you can just eject and no longer observe means that it will in fact become a toxic festering wound that will rear its head in, well, again, toxic ways.
Yeah.
It will become a source of evil, whether you mean to or not. If you don't address the things that are going on with you, the things that are bothering you and hurting you, and you don't manage that grief that comes with those things, then you're going to be subject to doing harmful things to others. You can't really split yourself off from them because you are one with those parts of you. And you need to accept that responsibility. And that is the only way to actually mitigate the damage that is done. There is, again, just like no one is immune to propaganda, no one is immune to being brainwashed into a cult, no one is immune to their own fallacies.
Yeah.
I was going to say failures, but that's not that's not the word I want. Well, that's not the word I want to go with. It has a specific meaning.
Yeah.
We are not immune to our own weaknesses. We are not immune to our own biases that make us think that things are okay. I think of things like people who say, well, I was hit as a kid and I turned out fine. And it's like, you think that hitting a kid is okay. You didn't turn out fine.
Yeah, it's like, I can tolerate racism, but I won't accept this. You can tolerate racism?
Like, look at what you just said. Like, it's I know that this is all kind of building on the shrapnel of story that we have gotten out of this so far.
I mean, it's us, to be fair.
True, but it just goes to show that everything being any kind of story has meaning to it. And often, here's the thing, and this is not going to lead into a spin-off series of my own or anything, but there's really not any single way to interpret something. It is meaning. You can generally get the idea of what is being communicated, especially if you are able to draw those parallels between active, real, lived experiences and what is going on in the fiction that you are reading, watching, playing, whatever.
Hell yeah, that means a lot, Nick. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's great.
I was gonna say, this just makes me want to watch the Dark Crystal series with you.
Damn.
Like, yeah.
We would not be able to do that live.
Not live, no. Just like on our own time.
Yeah. But like, what was my momentum just now? The idea that there might be a message that the creator might be wanting to tell. But that doesn't mean that something that you walk away with it is wrong. It's still valid because it meant something to you. You took something away from it that, was communicated through this metaphor.
I mean, that's
but
just it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, art is open, any work of art is open to interpretation. There is no, even, not taking even taking into account artist intention, there is no right or wrong answer when it comes to your personal takeaway from a piece of art. Whether it is like a book or a movie or just even a painting. What matters is, what did it mean to you? What message did it convey to you? And what meaning did you find in reference to your own personal life and how you see yourself?
And why did you get that takeaway?
Yeah.
What in the thing that you are watching or experiencing gave you that feeling? Like, and this is where things like the color red, making you feel a certain way about things. Now, we generally look at the color red as like indicative of either something angry or intense. It is eye-catching. It is a high energy color for us. And that's for a good reason, because of where it falls on the color spectrum in light.
Mm-hmm.
But we associate it with certain things. But like, for some people, it might be comforting because maybe their childhood plush toy was red. And so they see the color red and they associate that with comfort. Or something like the color blue is typically associated with, again, comfort, calm, serenity. But if someone was hit by a blue car when they were a kid, you know,
Yeah.
they're not going to have that. They might have a problem with the color blue. It might create that trauma. I could have described a much more actually traumatic experience, but I think we've done enough of that
Yeah,
today.
no, I instantly just thought, I mean, funnily enough, speaking of Jim Henson, I thought of the Blue Bird of Happiness from the Big Bird movie.
Oh, gosh. But, like, it's never what is being presented to you exactly as it is. It is... There are things... It's good to think about it. It's good to analyze it in terms of, why did it make me feel this way? And is it important to have that takeaway?
Yeah.
What could they possibly have meant by this? And that takes looking into the creator and what's going on in their life and why they might want to have made the thing that you have just watched. But also taking into account their stated personal beliefs, their personal politics, things along those lines. That's how you can kind of guess, okay, what does this mean in the context of the creator, but also what does this mean to me? And what might this mean to this other person who does not share, you know, the creator's politics, but they still love this movie, this show, whatever. Anyway, all of this aside, literally because this story started off with the giant is as evil as the king was good, and how ambiguous a term that really is, and how easy that is to mislead you into thinking, the king must be very, very good then. Because clearly a heartless creature must be evil. Hey, Zelda? Honey? This isn't about you. This isn't actually about... Are you a heartless giant?
I mean, that's just it, man. Like, the inherent tragedy and comedy in a line like, he was almost as good as the king is evil, or vice versa. Like,
Yeah.
it's funny and sad at the same time, because that has a lot of implications about the nature of how this individual is seen versus how they are. Like, I mean...
And it's, again... sorry, go ahead.
I mean, if you want like a quote-unquote dumbed-down version of that, just, I mean, look at Shrek. I know Shrek is memed to hell and back, but that is also very much a classic example of, like, someone who is, like, living essentially the life and reputation of a monster, and thus, since that's all he has ever known, he behaves as such and has cut himself off emotionally from the rest of the world, presented with an opportunity to, like, help other people, gradually coming out of his shell, like, but only under circumstances brought about by the quote-unquote, like, famous, handsome, just ruler in Farquaad. Like, again, it's not so nearly as maybe what some would consider an, like, it's not exactly the pinnacle of artistry, as far as many people are concerned, but it gets the basic idea down just enough.
I feel like, I mean, this is a good discussion, but we may also want to continue with this, because again, I'm
was going
intrigued
to
by
say.
this one line, but we might want to also let the rest of the story tell itself.
Yeah, we've gotten our video essay in for this particular minute of the special.
25-25, by the way.
Yep. Fun fact, in the original Chris Farley version, Shrek was also trying to please his parents by wanting a home and someone to live with him, journeying through adulting. Yeah, that actually tracks. But anyway, back to hurting with John Hurt.
And frequently did, until at last the old king of that country, as good as the giant was bad, trapped him in a giant trap and locked him in a giant cell. Good. Very good. And there he stayed for many a year, and all would have been well but for a small problem. A small problem called Leo, youngest of the king's 3 sons. He is so curious.
Interesting.
That's a very good transition.
Now there's a dark place he's forbidden to visit. His brothers tell him a giant lives there with no heart. But he doesn't believe it.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
The classic setup.
I can't believe you've done this.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Hello down there.
I'm sorry.
Hello?
I'm sorry, but I see that haircut with that pitch of voice, and all I think is...
Ow! That didn't feel good.
I'd like my berries and cream.
Oh, God, that too. I was going for Justin Bieber, but...
God. Let's not remember that.
Let's not and say we didn't.
Who's that? Are you a giant? Rattle once if you're a giant, and twice if you're not. Do you have a heart then? Once for yes and twice for no?
I mean, it's a good thing this giant speaks purely in binary.
Of course.
A giant with no heart in his body.
Little prince runs off, his imagination ablaze. He's so excited. There's a giant with no heart living in the castle. Next morning, he's up at the crack and running past his mother.
Hey, yo. Okay, who's cracked, though?
Yo, what the fuck?
Phrases that have not aged well.
You need a moment? Yeah, take a sip.
Oh my god, that... You can tell that got me caught me a little fucking off guard there. Up at the crack.
Up at the crack. God.
He's up at the crack and running past his mother.
Leo, where are you off to? Nowhere.
That's not nowhere.
Can you hear me?
That was a little bit shit. You would at least need a cymbal to go with it. A snare, maybe?
You have no sense of tempo.
Yes.
Why are you down there?
Because long ago I did some bad things. This is my punishment.
Okay, I see what narrative we're going with here.
Yeah, I can pick up what they're laying down.
Yeah, we don't need a video essay to lay this one out, but we'll get one eventually. I'm calling it.
I'm sure.
I've been here for years and years. Unless I'm let out soon, I will surely die.
Oh, don't worry, I'll go and tell my father.
No, don't tell anybody, please. Would you like to be my friend?
And again, this is manipulative.
A little bit.
Even so. We'll see. It's still early.
Yeah, and the thing is, regardless, we can't exactly blame the guy, given what he's been through.
He's been locked in a dungeon for years. Of course he wants out, and this is the earliest opportunity he's had.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's great behavior. I'm just saying, I don't know about
It's
you.
understandable.
If I were in this position, I would probably be similarly like, I have my one chance to do this.
One opportunity.
Good.
The zoom in.
I know.
Bad, that giant. Oh, yes. Day after day, the little prince comes visiting.
Clearly that's
He
a
wants to
real
tell
dog.
the whole
Oh, of
world
course.
about his friend. But he can't. So he mustn't. So he won't. And in the dark, dank black of the dungeon, the heartless giant plots and plans.
The keys to my locks. Do you know where they're kept?
They fed me nothing but mince and gum. Some are still stuck in my teeth. Did you see them?
Don't.
Long ago, a guard said the king kept the keys by his bed.
Oh, those keys. They're huge. They're massive. I thought they must be for the crown jewels.
Oh no, they're for me. They're for my misery.
They're for my crown jewels.
You know, I actually really appreciate the cadence in which he's talking.
Oh, yeah.
There's something very fairy tale-esque about it. And I don't even mean like that it's bad. It's got that same theatrical performance.
It has that, I mean, for lack of a better term here, that fee-fi-fo-fum element to it. Where it's like, it is partially performative, but also, this is what you would probably hear in your head as a child with your caregiver reading you this story, making your voice deeper and reading in that sort of tone meant to be intimidating.
Exactly.
I dig it.
Do you know something? I think if I got those old keys and let you out, nobody would even realize.
No, that's not right. This is my punishment. I deserve it.
It's not fair that you're chained down there. I bet that chain hurts your legs.
Only sometimes.
I don't care what you say.
So,
Go and get...
here's all of our talking about there's a lot of layers to this too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because obviously we've already talked about one element to actually consider in all of this.
Yeah.
What I'm also seeing is another example of what I was saying before. You don't necessarily recognize that you are near someone who will commit evil against you until it is too late. And they will say exactly these kinds of phrases. I hurt so much. Do you know where the keys are? Oh, no. Don't get the keys. This is my punishment. I have done terrible things. I wouldn't want you to get in trouble on my behalf. No,
Exactly.
I am truly terrible, and I should not be forgiven in such a way. These are phrases that are meant to evoke pity.
I mean,
because
Go ahead.
When someone is talking about how they deserve poor treatment, if you don't know what they've done, our instinct as human people is to assume that they're not, like, because evil people embrace being evil, right? You know, they never say, oh, I deserve this. They always think that they are right. And so if they say, no, I have done terrible things and thus I deserve to be locked up here, it must mean that they are truly a good person who just needs another chance. And sometimes that's true. But by the same token, this giant is using incredibly manipulative behavior with someone who is very innocent.
I mean, that's just it. Like, they call him a heartless giant, but this giant has clearly enough emotional intelligence to be able to understand how to get under someone's skin in such a way as to become, sympathetic in their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh.
And so, that very night, Leo crept into the room where the king and queen were sleeping.
That was a great transition, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, this is beautifully done.
Oh yeah, the cinematography is top notch. And again, 1989, just as a reminder. That boy rolled a nat fucking 20 on stealth.
Honestly?
It's me. I've got the keys.
Who goes there?
Hurry! Hurry! They can't be! Push them!
Yeah.
Don't forget to let me have them back. What's happening?
He's having a gale time. Yep. You know? I can at least appreciate the fact that they didn't use the Wilhelm scream just yet.
Just yet.
Like, if this were made today, there would absolutely be a Wilhelm scream thrown in there.
There would have been 5.
Yeah.
Actually, completely unrelated side tangent outside of evoking the Wilhelm scream. But this does remind me of there is a wider thing when it comes to culture that is actually at play with the Wilhelm scream. It used to be one of those things that was used and like it was stored in like, you know, free to use sound clips and all of that, and it became mimetic in its own sense. But we now know what it is, and anytime we hear it, we recognize it because it is such a unique sound. It is something distinct, and because it keeps getting used in media. Usually it's something of like a funny nod to things or meant to make people go wink, wink, nudge, nudge at each other.
Yeah.
But that's not always what it meant. And we see versions of that with things like the Dies Irae, which
yes,
musically is in a lot of things whenever they're trying to make something seem scarier or like really morbid. When they're trying to set you on edge, they evoke the Dies Irae, and not just it started because the Dies Irae in itself is an ominous bit of music.
Yeah, for the uninitiated chat, the Dies Irae is basically any musical progression that goes like da 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 da. It shows up in a lot of like Tim Burton movies and a lot of like just various stories where the overall tone is very, if not depressing, then sort of grim or sinister in nature.
But the thing is that it has become so far saturated within pop culture that we're not even consciously thinking, that is the Dies Irae. We don't even think about that progression of music unless you are a music trained person. But even then you might not notice it. But it will still have that sense of something ominous. You will still feel that communication of ominous because every time something ominous has happened in media before this point has had that Dies Irae progression.
Yeah.
So similarly, the Wilhelm scream and other like the Howie scream, etc., those sound clips, they have a connotation, and we do think stock sound, but that has its own sort of like meta layer to it.
It does. It for me it invokes like, I mean, funnily enough, on top of like sort of cheesiness or sort of like a reference to the fourth wall existing, it to me invokes a layer of like, I mean, as you were mentioning before, a meta angle for any form of media consumption where you go, oh yeah, that's right, I'm watching a movie. So in a sense, the use of stock sound effects like the Wilhelm scream, it does break your immersion, but at the same time, you can also see it as a sort of like a witty jab from the filmmakers. It's like an inside joke among friends.
It is. And that's what that's what we see throughout all media.
Yeah.
Is that it is using the tools that we already know exist in a way to help us understand a story, like as a shorthand, and not necessarily consciously, and so that they're not jabbing a finger in our face and saying, we're using the Wilhelm scream here because you're supposed to know that this is funny violence and not scary violence. And so that's what gets communicated now with the use of the Wilhelm scream, because it is bled so far into the public consciousness that we are actually, conversely to the DAC array, more aware of the Wilhelm scream when it shows up.
Yeah, it's almost like a subtle, like, it's all right, champ, everything's gonna be all right. It's just a little, like, violent for a second.
Yeah, and even just like, don't take this seriously, or no one's really getting hurt here, or things along those lines.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, to quote Metal Gear Rising, memes the DNA of the soul.
So, I'm sorry, that was literally the most unrelated side tangent I possibly could have gone on, just because of the invocation of the Wilhelm scream.
Yeah.
Welcome to our daily life with me.
Yeah, and me.
Yeah,
Starring everybody and me. I mean, again, another Muppets reference, but...
So, let's, yeah.
Yeah. And again, he just moves past the prince, the guy who helped him escape. He could have hurt him too. But again, the quote-unquote heartless giant was like, he felt bad enough that he just didn't want to face this kid that he, again, manipulated, and he moves on. That is a gorgeous shot, by the way, I just want to say. That gothic castle with the silhouette there.
Mood.
What's happened? Are we attacked? Giant, my lord! He's escaped! No, what's happening? Giant has escaped.
Here, go back to your room. It's not safe.
How could he escape after all this time? He had the keys, my lord.
Then someone helped you. Someone betrayed us. A madman.
A madman with the mind of a child! Child, go back to your bed. I'm trying to figure out who the betrayer is.
But that's just it. Again, the fact that he immediately jumped to, we were intentionally betrayed.
Yeah.
That whoever did this clearly wished to do us harm, and not someone was misled by the giant. So again, it's an interesting paranoid assumption to have made in this situation.
Also, you can tell by the layers of paint over the eyebrows that this guy's on the up and up, and clearly not an antagonist in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, I've seen people with bushy eyebrows that are actually totally fine.
That's entirely fair.
What's the matter, Zelda? What's your fucking problem? Don't give me your question mark tail.
Yep.
You're full of shit. You're so full of shit. You're my baby girl. That's why you're full of shit, because I give you food.
Yeah, I mean, that is how that works.
That guy has
attack eyebrows. You could take bottle tops off with them. They're mighty like eyebrows indeed, sir.
I feel like that could apply to you, Logician.
I mean, I was referencing Peter Capaldi there, so... The Doctor Who, I feel, captures my essence the most.
A giant with no heart. Starting again.
You know?
Leo, I say get back to your room.
Oh, gorsh. Again, a beautiful transition. Like, the
dog has seen things.
No, you know what that reminds me of? That's the fucking video of the dog longing for the plate of cupcakes.
Yeah.
Oh, God. But yeah, again, the seamless transition, like, with the editing work there, like, chef's kiss.
They do so good with this.
Absolutely.
Poor boy.
That's right. Someone betrayed us. Only a madman would help a giant with no heart. The boy's face swam with tears. So let down he felt.
That's such a nice description.
Stupid.
Yeah.
And from that moment, the boy in him, the innocent heart, the joy in him, they were gone. Like his friend, and they would never return.
Brother! Where are you going?
Going to get back the giant. Now wish me luck and get back to bed.
It's morning.
Good luck.
It's daytime. Sun's way up in the sky.
It's a Saturday, you get sleep in.
Go back to bed. It's noon.
What a week it's been, huh? It's Monday.
I'm sorry.
But his brother didn't hear. He'd gone to find the giant.
Huh.
And he didn't come back.
Brother!
The next brother.
Where are you going?
To find our brother and to kill the giant.
But he'll trick you.
Wish me luck.
Alright, good luck getting
Our boy
tricked.
felt as his brother rode off.
And off went the second of the 3 Billy Goats Gruff.
Terrible. And this brother didn't come back either.
Mother?
Your father says he intends to go off to fight the giant.
He can't. He mustn't.
I've lost 2 sons already. He's too old. He's too ill.
Don't cry.
Leo, promise me. Promise me you won't ever go.
But he can't promise. How can he? Were it not for him, the heartless giant would still be chained and locked and safe in the dungeon.
You know, people talk often of, like, oh, I want my life narrated by Sam Jackson or just, you know, other big name actors, but people don't give enough credit to John Hurt as a narrator. Like, I mean, obviously they can't anymore because he's no longer with us, but, I mean, just looking back on, like, his dramatic works over the course of his filmography and just his time in theater, like, he has, I feel, just as iconic a voice.
Yeah.
Oh, he did the damage. He must repair it. So off, madness, off, folly, off, for goodness sake, to find the giant and put an end to his cruelty. And so the young Prince Leo rides the land in search of his once friend, the heartless giant.
Oh, hey, Silva. Thanks for popping in.
Hey!
Yeah, so funnily enough, the Goblin joins us in the midst of a fairy tale. We're watching The Heartless Giant, produced by the Jim Henson Company, part of the Jim Henson Hour. And that narrator is actually the late, great John Hurt. So, yeah, we've been sort of pausing, analyzing bits and pieces of the series. Is this what you think it may very well be?
3 winters come and go, their bitter shiver, until one day he comes to a place and knows he's in the giant's cruel footsteps.
I also love
Help
John
me,
Hurt very
cries
much.
a trampled bird. The giant broke me, and now I cannot fly, cannot eat. Help me. And Leo
This is The Storyteller, actually. John Hurt was the narrator for The Storyteller. So yeah, The Storyteller was, I believe, if not for this one episode alone, then showed up as a segment for a couple episodes of the Jim Henson Hour. Because, fun fact, the Jim Henson Company actually, I'm not sure if they still do, but they at one point had a location in London. And so a lot of their content was actually produced in the UK. You grew up on this stuff? Yes. This was, I only watched one episode of the Jim Henson Hour as a child, admittedly, and funnily enough, it was the last episode. But I figured it would be nice to revisit and watch this series from the beginning. And I figured I would bring...
Why are you the saddest girl to have ever been born?
Yes. For reference, that is... that is owned by Loreley there, meowing in the background.
Baby.
Yes.
She's the saddest.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yes, we are delving into The Storyteller.
fixed its wing, fed it bread soaked in milk, and soon all was well with it. "Thank you," cried the bird. "If you need me, I shan't forget."
Oh look, the dog from Resident Evil 4.
Not long after, he stops at a stream, and he hears a flapping, hears a thrashing, hears a slapping. "Help me!" cries the choking fish. "Help me back into the water, I'm..."
Singing doo-la-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-doo.
Oh, so now we know where Godzilla came from.
Yeah, it's been a long, tough road for Godzilla. I mean, it does look like astonishingly good.
Looks
all things
good.
considered.
Looks fine. Looks good. Looks fine.
Singing doo-la-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-doo. I mean, all jokes aside, this does look phenomenal for the technology of the time. Zelda, this is not your dinner.
Zelda, I fed you. I have you now. I have you now, my pretty.
Ah, my word. By the way, yes, you are hearing correctly. I do, in fact, have a soundboard.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, my word.
I'm not hearing it, but...
But I like how this story, like, they went out of their way to express, oh, the childlike, innocence, the heart of the child was lost, much like the giant. Yet even then, with as much pain and, single-minded motivation as this child is going through, it still takes the time to go out of its way to help these hurt animals. Like,
him.
Listen.
His.
Every child is an it to me. I've worked with enough of them over the years that they all blend together. But
I'm gonna fucking...
But, I mean, this child goes out of its way to hurt the injured bird, to help the suffocating fish, and I think this is gonna lead up to it helping the emotionally damaged giant.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's a well-constructed narrative.
It is, very much so.
"I'm stranded, I'm beached up and landed." Now Leo's famished, and he loves a fish. But he's suffered sufficient, this fellow. Back he goes to where the salmon is king.
Bye,
"Thank
puppet,"
you," cries the fish.
Yeah.
I'd have scoffed him if he was so hungry. I like fish.
Would you? Well, listen. He goes on a little further, and now his horse gives up the ghost.
Does not continue.
Like,
well,
"Would you eat
listen,
the
does not
fish?"
continue talking to the dog.
Well, listen. Shut the fuck. He goes on his adventure. Even though it feels like he had lost his heart, it was always there. Exactly. And I think that parallel is going to carry over to the giant.
Exactly.
Horse who's carried the prince 1,000 miles and more sinks slowly to his knees and rolls over on his side and dies.
See,
yeah?
Even this puppet dog is affected by the death of Artex.
True, but here's the thing. That actually is a thing that happens with horses if you don't give them proper rests.
Yeah.
They cannot carry you forever. You can, and their health is so fragile. They are so easy to kill. You can literally scare them to death.
I mean, that's just it. That's an example of a GMO that has a lot of benefits, but also a lot of inconveniences. One of which being the relative fragility of a horse's health.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're tough motherfuckers. If you get a kick from a horse, you are going to be bedridden at the very least for a good several months.
You're going to be dead.
I mean, yeah, worst case scenario. But also just how easily they can... Like, just the slightest injury to a leg, for example, to a horse can be enough to end them irreparably.
To be fair, they're walking around on the tips of their toes.
Yeah. It's not exactly a great life going around on your nails.
Let's continue.
Anyway.
So, did the prince eat his horse?
No, he didn't. He couldn't.
But I
lay
thought he was
down
heartless.
beside it, famished and forlorn. He shuts his eyes, squeezing back tears, drifting into dreams. It's his mother nursing him.
No, it's not.
Are we sure about that?
I don't like this direction. And we were talking about furries earlier, weren't we?
I was going to say, apparently he does. He's learning something about himself.
Something has awoken in him.
His wet cheeks, hugging him. Don't move! Terrible teeth glistening.
I've not eaten since the winter came. Help me. Let me eat your horse. I'll eat it and be strong again. Trust me.
But how can Leo trust anyone? He's trusted before and...
Okay, I love that. Just the dog coming up on the shoulders. It's cute. And again, this is John Hurt being John Hurt. Overly dramatic and just like really leaning into whatever performance he's given. Like he never half-assed a performance I ever saw.
This is legitimately has the feel of a classic fairy tale. Like I know that a lot of people assume that fairy tales, that the real fairy tales were as brutal as possibly could be. That's actually not the case. They can be brutal.
Yeah.
But fairy tales just in general are built more on realism in metaphor.
Absolutely.
And so the horse dying, that's tragic. And that is part of like the sort of adventure that one goes on. The fairy tale element to it is the journey through himself that this boy is going through.
Yeah.
He is experiencing hardship in a way that many others have not. And yet, in this moment, he's been... Zelda, please. He is now being confronted with a predator creature who, you may notice, did not eat him, nor did ask to eat him. He asked about the already dead horse.
He just said, hey, you gonna eat that?
Well, I think it's... I mean, yes, a little bit, and that's the funny side of it, but
yeah,
this creature literally asked about something that the boy has already lost.
Yeah.
Functionally. And not asking anything of him but for what has already gone, but is still asking.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the boy is also still in danger if he refuses this creature, but I feel like there is this sense of, yes, this animal is hungry. And, like the giant, trying to survive. And does what it can, calling out to the boy for help, because it senses something kind in him.
It's just as evil as the boy is good, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm. Well, not even that, because, again, this is not an evil creature. For those of you out there, by the way, wolves are not even remotely evil.
Yeah.
They are dangerous, like anything else is, but, like, they've been, unfortunately, maligned by fairy tales.
But my point in saying that was, and I apologize for cutting you off there, but, like, it's mainly that, like, the boy sees himself as heartless, just doing what he can to, like, avenge his brothers and fathers. But again, like, there's still that core good in him. Whereas, like, this is, like, a wolf that's seen as, like, malicious and brutal and unforgiving. But again, as you mentioned, it is asking permission from the boy. It could have just eaten the boy in his sleep, but it saw this boy going through pain, and someone who has experienced loss is like, and dude, I'm in dire straits myself. I need something to eat. Like, please let me eat this horse so I can just gain my strength back and be on my way.
It's someone, it is an entity that could have, and again, it's just flipping the perspective here. It is a creature that could have simply, and been even kind of justified, to just eat the horse, even. Because, again, starvation, struggle, pain. You don't know what it's like to starve until you've been through it. You are not in your right mind. It does shit to you. Like all of the jokes about you start to hallucinate. No, you literally start to hallucinate. Your body will do whatever it can to trick you into eating something. It will fuck with your head. And despite that, this creature has asked permission from the boy to eat the horse. And it is, again, it's an act of kindness that it is asking for.
I mean, it really is amazing.
It's good storytelling, and this
It
is
is.
what fairy tales should be. Brutal in a way that makes us understand what the stakes are, but also kind in showing the possibility of what could be.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
But how can Leo trust anyone? He's trusted before and been betrayed.
That's right, that's right. Let the wolf starve.
Please. Please. Or I must surely die.
No, don't do it.
And again, it has that element with the dog there sort of serving as the stand-in for any children watching this.
And the audience, just in general. I mean, not even like children. Like, I would know adults who would be cheering the same way.
Yeah, it's almost like that element of like capturing the motivation of the audience and like almost on the polar opposite of like, if you believe in fairies, then clap your hands. You know, here it's like, no, don't trust the wolf, or sniper, no, or swiper, no swiping. Maybe not
sniper, no sniping, please. That too.
It's like, oh man. But yeah, no, I appreciate how they have that element there, and how like borderline diegetic a role the narrator and his dog play in this story. It's like a nod to like the storyteller being sort of the keeper of the story. This is sort of like, while he may not be the god of this world, he's sort of the guardian of the world of this story, able to participate and step back as he so chooses.
And if you must, then afterwards, eat me.
And the wolf eats the horse and sucks the bones until there's not a scrap left save the reins.
Master, come here.
Oh no. Am I to go now?
Yes, us both. I'll help you. On
And
my
there you
back,
go.
sir.
Oh, and
Let's leave
pause.
this place.
Yep.
Again, the act of kindness has now earned him an ally.
Exactly. Like it's...
And could be indispensable, say, if you are facing a giant.
Once again,
A wolf.
I know I invoked the dog from Resident Evil 4 earlier, but that dog that you saved from a bear trap literally comes back to help you while you're fighting a giant.
Mm-hmm. And also, wolves are much bigger than that, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, this is like, that's more of a coyote size-wise.
Yeah.
Nah, wolves are big boys.
They are super big. You don't know how big. It's like a moose. You don't know how big they are until you're next to one. You're like, oh, that's fucking big.
Wolves are
But
the moose of dogs.
And again, the wolf not only had permission to eat the boy if it still was hungry, could have just left it at eating the horse. But now, not only did the act of kindness recruit the wolf in the first place, but also the wolf has the strength to help.
Mm-hmm.
To carry the boy in the first place and possibly help him fight.
He has literal horsepower.
Shut the fuck! I hate you!
Listen, I had to go for the pun. It was there and I couldn't resist.
But again, the wolf would not be able to do so without the energy that it got from the horse.
Yes.
So each small choice, even every small act of kindness, has a broader impact.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the fish and bird come back.
Yeah, same, honestly. And also, you are absolutely correct, Nick. Moose are definitely elephant deer.
Yes.
The wolf's got more energy now. His voice isn't so hoarse.
Nicholas.
I approve, Nicholas. Well played. Well played.
Nicholas.
Anyway, back to the elephant deer of dogs.
And he does, and they do. He dash a day.
That's a nice
night
work of
and a
puppetry too.
It is it's like, I mean, again, like shadow puppetry is one of those things where, in its simplest form, it can invoke so much with like doing so little, and it adds a sort of further artistic element to the fairy tale aspect of the story.
It gives it that sense of reading a book.
Yeah, again, very storybook aesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
Am I to go now?
Yes, us both. I'll help you. On my back, sir. Let's leave this place.
And he does, and they do, and they go a grey dash. A day and a night and a morning. Until they come at last.
And wolves have
to
more
a
stamina.
garden full with statues.
Than a horse.
Stone men, stone women, stone soldiers.
This is my brother.
Huh.
So they weren't killed by the giant.
Nope.
They were probably cursed by some sort of witch. Ooh, it could be a witch that stole the heart of the giant.
You know. Again, you never know someone until you find out about the source of their trauma.
So that would explain many things.
Little bit.
This is the giant's work. There is his house. All who approach, he turns to stone.
Well, maybe not then.
Oh no, look,
Maybe.
me too. It's so cold. The giant was my friend, he really was.
He's no one's friend. He has no heart in his body.
Then I must find his heart.
Where did you get
He is
that
his heart.
drum?
It's mine. It's me, Leo.
Do you mind pausing?
Yeah.
He carries a drum. Like a heartbeat.
Yeah. Oh, God.
He is the giant's heart.
Yeah, I mean, that's what a good friend can be for you. I really appreciate that, actually. That didn't occur to me until now.
Because, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to interrupt everything, but that actually makes a lot of sense because the giant stayed silent in the dungeon for all of that time. It wasn't until he heard the beat of the drum that he had any kind of stirring of hope.
Yeah, and again...
It was his heart beginning to beat again.
Hello, Fossil.
Hi, Fossil. Welcome to this.
Absolutely. We're having a gay old time talking about trauma and storytelling.
Yep. But I do think that, again, the extended metaphor here, I mean, obviously there's the literal... I could be wrong, I could be misreading it. But, like, sometimes if you yourself are struggling to deal with some kind of emotion or you feel numbed out, sometimes you can get that support from a friend or some other close relation to you.
Absolutely. And to clarify, Fossil, we are watching the Jim Henson Hour, a segment put together in 1989 by Jim Henson, creator of The Muppets and other such masterful advances in puppet technology for cinema. This portion we're currently watching is a short film called The Heartless Giant, which was part of another series called The Storyteller. And we're coming up on what I assume to be the climactic end to this story, I assume.
I'm also sorry for yelling.
No, you're fine.
Zelda did the thing that she always does, which is putting claws in my hip.
Yeah, so to clarify, Loreley is currently tending to a cat that she has on her desk.
No, she's not on the desk. She did
So she did the thing where... Oh, so, by the way, I had my hand in my hands over my face.
Oh, okay.
That was what that
I thought you had a
was.
cat in your face.
No, she wants to be. But no, she did that thing where she reaches out her paws and sinks her claws into things with the stretch. Did you know originally Henson's puppet shows were super violent?
Oh, yeah, no, I referenced at the start of the stream the Wilkins coffee commercials. In fact, I believe Jim Henson's work goes as far back as 1955, if not a little earlier. But that's when he got his major, television start, anyway. And we were talking earlier about how Jim Henson and the Muppets specifically have always sort of served as a foil to other forms of media over the years, whether they were like variety shows or late night talk shows or sitcoms or just movies in general. Case in point, like Muppets Treasure Island or Muppets Haunted Mansion or, Muppet Christmas Carol and things like that. Where they're sort of both parodying the original source material as well as just generally doing a good job of telling it in their own fashion. Like, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% certain, but I think Muppet Christmas Carol may have been one of the first films I ever saw in theaters as a child.
That would track.
And I have a vivid memory of just, like, running up and down the aisles during that movie. Because I was one of those children who, by necessity, required a leash at times. Coming as a surprise to no one.
You still do.
Listen.
Let's continue.
You had to go for the weak spot on that one. Anyway.
I had to go right for the heart of the matter.
Where did you get that drum?
It's mine. It's me, Leo.
Prince Leo.
the speed up there.
I love, because they film those things, especially when it's complex animatronics.
Yeah.
They film them at half speed.
Oh, yeah. Like, you can tell they definitely upped the speed, especially once they were lifting them.
Yes.
But, I mean, again, limitations of technology at the time. And we can point and laugh, but again, it was still advanced for the time.
Looks fine to me, honestly. I mean, you can tell that there's a speed up, but all things considered, it's not bad.
I will say, to this day, the most impressive piece of, like, speed-up puppetry in any live-action movie I've seen has been Audrey 2 from Little Shop of Horrors, specifically the 1986 movie adaptation.
Especially, I was trying to type it.
Yeah.
I actually meant especially in Feed Me Seymour.
Yes.
Or Get It.
It's so good. I just want to watch the movie again sometimes. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
We should.
Yes. Anyway, back to this monster.
Yes, it is you. I can see now. Well, are you the same as your brothers? Come to challenge me?
No, I come in guilt. Either you will take me in, or I must go into exile.
Guilty? About what? That you set me free. Ah, you were a child. I had to fool you to get the keys. Otherwise, I'd still be there, rotting. But stay if you like. No tricks, though. No traps. Else, you'll end up the same as your brothers.
And again, as you were mentioning before, the tone of this giant, even when he is being sincere, has that element of, like, a caregiver reading a bedtime story to their child, like, trying to give that spooky or monstrous vocal quality, like, to emulate a giant or some other sort of monster. But again, it's just sort of implies that that's just the natural tone of voice of a giant, even if he is being completely candid and saying,
"No, I will lower myself to no cheap trickery, to no ill intent, so long as you do not take after your brothers."
Like...
What I even like here, again, continuing our metaphor here.
Yes.
The giant, if the giant indeed has the capability of turning people to stone, he could have done that here too.
Yeah.
He did not seem to want to. He asked the question, did you come here to take revenge or to come here to kill me? And he believed Leo when he said no. And so I'm not going to be welcoming, but you can stay or leave as you wish.
And again, like his first reaction was not like, who are you, or get off of my property. It was, where did you get that drum? Because he remembered it so keenly as being that one thing, that first sound that gave him hope again.
Mm-hmm.
No tricks, no traps, agreed the boy and went inside. He's a servant now for the heartless giant. For weeks he cleans, for weeks he scours, until spick where speck was and span where squalor. Each evening the giant returns from his wild outings to find the fire lit, the hearth swept, and his trousers pressed. He likes this. Very nice.
Very nice.
Thank you.
I should have had a servant before. And I don't treat you bad, do I? For a heartless giant.
So what happened to your heart?
It's in safekeeping. Can't feel without it, can I? Can't get hurt. Can't die from the breaking of it.
Again, not so subtle at this point.
Not very subtle at all, and also absolutely knocking on your story, Logician.
Once again. It must suck being that small and cleaning. Oh, absolutely. You're basically a single scrubbing bubble in an outhouse.
I hate that description.
But is it not
I
accurate?
hate that it's right. Can you quote yourself on that? I know you got a lot of things going on. I can quote you, I'll just need you to repeat it.
He's a single scrubbing bubble in an outhouse. Ah, my word. Gosh.
Kerblam.
Excellent. Anyway, moving right along, Footloose and Fancy Free. Once again, I can't stop with the Muppets references.
Mm-hmm.
So where is it then?
He who prized is prone to die. Do you follow me?
Yes.
But I'll tell you if you want to know. My heart's in that cupboard.
In the cupboard?
So we found his phylactery.
It's interesting, too, because it could be very literal in this instance, but also in the concept of, again, tackling it from the angle of it being a metaphor. There's a lot of associations with, like, home cooking, for example. Like, things that you keep in the kitchen, things that you cook from.
I mean, home is where the heart is.
Literally.
The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I could go on.
Hey, look, the kitchen cupboard is a safe place. You can keep, usually speaking, it's a good place to keep it away from the likes of toddlers and cats.
But what about the Lion and the Witch?
I'm gonna fucking kill you. That's what.
Yes. You'll try.
Heart pounds, and he can hardly wait until the morning. But no heart. Oh no, the heart's not there at all.
The sheep.
I'm back.
Evening, sir.
What's that smell?
Polish.
What are you polishing that old cupboard for?
It's the home of your heart. It should be polished.
Ha! Okay, that's clever. Cupboard is 4 stories up. It's pretty safe. You know what? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you really think I kept my heart in a cupboard? What a dimple!
It's not there then.
Of course it's not.
See.
It's under the step.
So the next
Yet
morning,
another place in the
stomps
house.
the giant, and out goes our boy, digging out the steps. Stone, dust, roots, but no heart.
I'm back. What's that?
Oh, you must have trodden on the step. I painted it.
What a dapple box!
And again, the rule of threes is proving true here in classic fairy tale fashion. We had the 3 animals I showed kindness to, and now we're having the, potentially, I'm assuming, 3 places where the giant will hint at his heart being.
And the thing is that his heart is in all of these things.
Exactly. Like, even if, like, his literal heart may not be hidden in those areas, he's seeing acts of kindness being shown by this boy, like, who, rather than, trying to cover up that he was looking for the heart as a potential way to defeat him, is just saying, no, I'm just showing these areas kindness because you said that this is where your heart was.
And again, sorry, I was going to say, that's the same page I was thinking of. It's not just poking around in these secret places, but tidying them, cleaning them, showing kindness to them, showing care. And it's explicitly because it's your cupboard and it's where you keep your heart. And so you deserve care.
Yeah, despite your pain, you deserve
kindness.
Happiness. Yeah. Giant also should have realized that even if he told the boy where his heart was, he didn't try to steal it, but just clean the cupboard there where it supposedly was. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Whose fault my heart was under the step? Have these off, then.
Sir?
The fact is, no one can find my heart. I'll tell you exactly where it is, and you'll still not be able to find it.
It's in the outhouse.
Far away, so far you cannot fathom it, so high you cannot climb it, is a mountain. And in the mountain is a lake, and in the lake is an island. In the island is a church, in the church is a well, in the well is a duck, in the duck is an egg.
And the green grass grows all around and around, and the green grass grows all around. I mean, listen,
Yeah.
I had to.
Yeah, of course you did.
In the egg is my heart.
I see.
No, not so easy, little thief, eh? Not such a diddle and a dawdle as you thought. No, your father tricked me once, and I shan't be tricked again.
An egg in a duck in a well in a church in an island in a lake in a mountain? Impossible! But that night, Leo steals away and calls for his friend the wolf. Up he gets, and tight he holds, and off they
After
go,
all-
headlong, a breathless blur of world flashing by. And they're at the mountain, clambering,
Don't like that
scrambling.
motion.
And then, there's
Don't worry about it.
and there's the church. But the church is locked, and the door will not budge.
Look,
said the wolf, and there, impossibly high, dangled the key.
We have a bird.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Thank you, my friend.
And again, the other acts of kindness.
Into the church, where they find the well.
And let me guess, the fish is going to come in handy here for the well.
I mean, all things
Sure
considered.
enough,
Yeah.
in the well swims a duck.
Come on.
Well.
Oh no.
Well.
Yep.
Now what?
Dumbass.
And again, just the dog.
What's that?
It's the fish.
It's my fish.
Catch it.
I've got it. I've got the giant's heart.
Again, I really appreciate the dog playing the role of the audience here.
Yes.
It's like, I feel like it's a more respectful version of like the Dora the Explorer. Like, can you show me where the map points? And just the awkward wait. But like, it's giving a face and personality to not even the audience so much as the spirit of the audience, saying, look, it's that fish he saved earlier.
And again, I love the detail of the giant giving what seems to be an impossible task to someone to unlock his heart.
Yeah.
And again, God, this is one of those you can take it as seriously as you want to in a story like this. But the fact that it's not so easy, is it? It's not so easy. You can't just dawdle your way into it. It's difficult and it's hard to get to where my heart is.
Yeah.
If you are someone who has been deeply hurt, and if you've been betrayed, then there can even be an antagonistic response to someone who is showing you kindness. Because there's this sense of, where were you when I needed kindness before? And there's this antagonistic, now that it's hard to earn my trust, you're not going to try, are you? Or it's the trying to put someone through a test to prove that they care for you, which is not
necessarily
a fair thing. It's not a fair thing to do to someone, but
it's still an understandable emotional reaction following trauma.
It is a lashing out. And sometimes you will find someone who is willing to go up the mountain, across the lake, into the island, into the church, deep in the well, to get the egg.
Yeah, and
to do these things for you because they know that it is what will help you find your heart again.
Yeah, and funnily enough, I mean, granted this is a bit reaching, I understand, but given the fact that this is a giant who is hurt by, the boy's father and is, an attempt made by the brothers, this could even serve as an allegory for generational trauma and how this sort of builds up over time and becomes solidified into something that's very, very caked on and tough to get rid of.
But, and again, it serves as a nice little, metaphor for how far people will go.
Yeah.
For you sometimes. It's not necessarily fair to expect people to go to such lengths for your sake. But you might be surprised how far people around you will actually go.
Yeah.
If it means helping you to be happy.
Gosh, it sure is funny how many classic fairy tales actually revolve around serious issues of mental health.
Mm-hmm. And metaphors on healing.
Yep.
And sometimes you need someone.
Yeah.
To help with that. And again, it's always a balance. It is always a matter of, be willing to give back at some point.
Definitely.
And don't demand it from someone.
Yeah.
Because the giant has technically made all of this optional. He has not said, you have to do this for me or I'll kill you. He's saying, it's an impossible task. You can't do it. So, you can stay around as long as you like. That is his approach to this is, here's what you would need to do to get me to care again. But I'm not going to make you do it because it is impossible. And the boy said, I'ma do it.
Mm-hmm.
The boy said, I bet. We're talking about how the giant was labeled as cruel and heartless, and that's how he acted, because the king made people see him as a monster.
Yeah, a little bit.
The giant thought he had feelings for the prince's dad, but now that he got betrayed, that too.
That's just it. They could have been roommates for all we know.
We don't know, but again, this is interesting, and I really do love the approach to this, and it's not condescending.
It's really not.
That is another thing that I always appreciated about Jim Henson work, is that it was never condescending. It never talked down to you. It spoke to you.
Yeah. What was this targeted primarily towards children? Yes, absolutely. But it does not treat children as stupid. It does not sugarcoat all the tough messages of a story like this. Now, part of that could be because this was produced in the UK, and they tend to go a bit harder with their television series. But the other part of it being, I feel like this was a message Jim Henson was trying to convey through puppetry, much in the same way that Guillermo del Toro and many other people like him have been trying to convince other people that animation in any form is not a genre. It is not specifically children's entertainment. It is a medium through which stories can be told, through which lessons can be taught. And that, I feel, is what Jim Henson was trying to convey with not only just the Jim Henson Hour, but all of his work. A lot of it was more lighthearted, but again, you cannot look me in the eye and tell me that there was no adult humor or adults taken into consideration with the making of the Muppets.
Or things like this.
Exactly.
It is something that anyone can learn at any age. Good lessons for kids to learn, but sometimes reminders of what adults need to relearn.
Yeah. Don't treat your kids like adults or your adults like kids. Yeah. That's another way to put it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Got it.
Can you get me a bucket? I don't want to spend the rest of my lifetime. Oh, okay.
Where have you been? I've a good mind to crack your ears. I've a good mind to set you there with your brothers. Stop that!
That was such aggressive, like, drumming.
Exactly.
Did you see that?
Oh, yes. He's like, okay, like, stop that drumming. How about I do anyway? That's another clip I should add.
That's a human person.
Yep.
Stop that!
Years ago, sir, you broke my heart. Now I shall break yours.
Oh.
No, be careful. Please, don't break that.
I will break it. I will squeeze it and squeeze it to bits, unless you release my brothers and all these poor people.
Yes, I'll do anything you ask. Look, I'm doing it. There.
Brother, you've rescued us! It's the Lord, our little brother! Praise the Lord! Now, quick, smash the egg!
I'm going to give it back.
Don't be stupid.
I've done as you bid. Can I have my heart?
You can, sir, as I promised. For I know that with your heart in place, you could not be as you are now. No!
Now! No! For years I've stood here helpless and watched your cruelty. The folk he's beaten. The vile murders!
Please, don't. Please.
Like with like. Spite with spite.
Don't, I promise, don't!
All the pain you've caused, I now repay.
That's
King.
politics.
A king as good as the giant is evil.
Uh-huh. That's, methinks this prince is taking a bit too much after his old man.
You promised.
It wasn't his fault.
Yeah.
What's happening?
There was a wasp's nest where his heart should have been.
The true heart was in the drum, wasn't it?
And where the giant fell, a hill grew. And in time, and when much was long forgot, the place was still known as the Hill of the Heartless Giant.
But he would have changed that giant. He would have reformed with his heart back.
Yes, I know. Cruel. Do you know, Prince Leo lived to be a great age, became king, had 42 grandchildren, and he told them all that tale. But in his story, the giant got back his heart and made amends for all his wrongs. Because, you see, despite all that took place, a little boy once met a giant, and they became friends.
So you can obviously tell that they cut to the Jim Henson Hour, like commercial sting there, where I'm assuming, because I believe the Storyteller was its own series in the UK and other places. So I'm pretty sure that it was meant to originally pan out from the Storyteller end credits there. But it's a bit of tonal whiplash because of that cut.
Know, and it's interesting, Fossil, that you bring that up. I don't know how familiar people in this audience whether you're watching it live or catching up on the VODs over on his VOD channel.
A shameless self-plug.
I don't know if you're familiar with the tragedy of Orpheus and Eurydice.
Ah, I see.
The thing is...
any excuse to get Hades Town into a reference.
Well, let me tell it.
Fair enough.
Every story that is told needs to be built the right way.
True.
And the point that I'm making is, generally speaking, I mean, not everyone knows the whole tragedy of Orpheus and Eurydice. Not everyone knows, like, the full story. They don't know necessarily. But generally speaking, we are aware of there being a Greek tragedy that ends with a man who has gone to Hades to try and bring his wife back from death. And Hades gives the stipulation, you can take her back with you, but you must not look behind you. If you turn around to look at her, she will be mine and you will never see her again. And Orpheus gets to that point, goes through incredible odds, makes it to the doorway, and there are different iterations of how this happens, but ultimately he turns around to his wife before she is able to actually leave the gates of Hades. And thus he breaks the deal, and at the end, you would think that he wouldn't be so foolish as to turn around in that moment.
You would think.
But he does. And loses his wife. And so you get that sense of, why did I go on this journey with this character? What is the point of this story that ends so sadly? I have heard at least a couple of people saying the phrase, an Orpheus that didn't turn around is not an Orpheus that would have gone to Hades in the first place. Because he loved his wife. That is why he turns around. Hades Town is a recent adaptation of that tragedy. And of course, I remember my own experience and a lot of people going into it. Watch it on the basis of, what if they change this adaptation? And I'm just going to I've been talking without reading the chat. Orpheus, poor lover boy, sing them a song of the damned. Orpheus never could have rescued her because the deal was made with the knowledge Orpheus loves her too much to not turn around. Exactly. But the musical Hades Town goes through the entire thing, and it adds a lot of metaphorical layers to it. I almost said metaphorical lasers. That's also true, but...
I mean, there was good lighting and choreography in that show.
Yes. But in the end, you get to the end of it and you think, maybe he'll make it out this time. Maybe it'll turn out right this time. Because, I mean, every adaptation, sometimes people change the ending. And big spoilers for Hades Town. It ends like the tragedy. The tragedy that it's based on.
But again, the show keeps going. They keep playing it. As the song goes,
gonna sing it.
We're going to sing it again.
Some versions have him almost reach the exit, but again and again, his tale ends the same. Exactly.
A little bit. And
we know how the tragedy ends, but that doesn't mean that we don't tell the story. And so the question is asked, why? Why do we tell tragic stories? Why do we tell a story that ends sadly? Because there's truth in that sadness. And I don't mean in the sense of sadness is the only truth, but the idea of telling a story that you know ends sadly and still going through it anyway, knowing maybe it doesn't change, but maybe it would. Or sometimes understanding that sad things also happen. To experience grief through metaphor is also, I think, very important for the human experience. We need to have sad endings, bittersweet endings, or just straight up tragic endings.
Yeah.
Because it tells us that sometimes things don't work out. And even if they don't, it is still worth experiencing it because you still come away from this story that we just watched with the understanding that what the boy went on to do when he became a king is to change things. He took the tragedy that he experienced and he used that to embolden him to become a better man than his brothers and his father. He was still changed, even if the outcome was not.
Yeah, like, we can often look back and upon retrospect say, I could have done something differently that wouldn't have led to this traumatic experience, or wouldn't have led to this person getting hurt. But ultimately, in a lot of these cases, whether they're our own personal experiences or tragic tales like the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice, it's not the fact that they didn't get their happy ending so much as it is what we learned through them not getting their happy ending. Even if the boy did not end up saving the giant, he got something back that he had lost himself.
His heart.
His heart, his compassion. Something that, once it came time for him to take the throne, he implemented. He never forgot that giant, and he passed on the lesson that he learned to all of his children and grandchildren so that history would not repeat itself.
Because again, here's the thing. He and the giant are, in fact, connected.
Mm-hmm.
Because the giant was betrayed and hurt and buried his heart in a difficult place where it could never be found.
Yeah.
And the boy was betrayed and hurt. But whereas the giant recoiled within himself, withdrew and hid away from the world and became a bitter and dangerous person, Leo chose kindness. He chose to go out into the world, and despite the fact that he had lost his heart, still do kind things. And it is in doing those kind things that he found his heart again. And he took that back with him. Even if it didn't save the giant, he saved himself.
And he saved the future.
The tragedy led to a lighter ruler who passed those teachings, yes. And so it ends up being a positive story in the end, because the tragedy happened, but we can walk away from experiencing a tragedy in fiction changed with the understanding of what could have been done to avert the tragedy.
Yeah.
What can we do to end hurting for both ourselves and others? We take the metaphor of the story and we think, how can I apply that to my life and to the lives of the people around me? And that is why we tell sad stories, to think of how can we fix the sadness in this world?
Yeah.
How can we make it better? And so I appreciate those types of stories just as much as I do the ones that have happy endings.
Oh, yeah.
Because life is not really about the ending, now is it?
It's really not. Again, it's not the destination, it's the journey, but even beyond that, it's what we learn from the experience of living and how that lesson learned can affect how future generations themselves will live.
Or even just a ripple down the line.
Yeah.
You don't know where the ripples of your actions will actually spread to or what you might affect by virtue of what you've done, but it will still expand regardless.
Yeah.
It's about what you can take away. Exactly.
You can't have joy without sadness. Absolutely, Fossil. And again, like we were talking earlier about how you need a straight man to contextualize the absurdity of the funny man. You need tragedy to contextualize the victory of a happy ending.
Because it could have gone either way.
Yeah.
It could have been that the boy rescued the giant's heart, and the heart, you know, the giant turned around. Like they were literally saying in the end there, the giant could have turned things around with his heart.
Yeah.
And it could have gone that way, and that would have been the happy ending.
And again, that was the version of the story that the boy passed on to his children and grandchildren. Because either way, you do learn the lesson, but the boy unfortunately had to learn the lesson the hard way.
But here's the other thing. The story was told in a way that explained redemption, because in the end, the boy was also the giant.
Yeah.
In the end, the giant, the one whose heart had been betrayed and broken, was still able to come back from it. It's just in the form of Leo.
Yeah.
But do you think the giant's body is just going to fill with gas and... I mean...
Fossil asking the real questions here.
That's a very important question in this metaphorical exploration of grief, tragedy, and self-discovery and coming of age.
In either way, the giant, much like ourselves, once we get talking about a subject, is full of hot air.
Well, okay, Nicholas, you bring up an interesting point. It would have been better if the boy didn't try to threaten the giant to restore the people. The thing is that the giant wasn't going to turn them back to normal out of the kindness of his heart because
he didn't have one.
He didn't have... The only thing he would have understood in that moment is the threat to something precious to him.
Yeah.
But he had every intention of giving it back as soon as that task had been finished. He threatened because that would have been the only thing to work at that point. But just like in real life, only apply as much force as is needed to change things for the better.
Absolutely.
And then stop and work towards healing. And that is what I do see in Leo, appraising the situation for what it realistically was, making what would have been the wise decision. And sometimes there are other people who will still take advantage of that or end up causing harm. You can't control other people or their reactions to things. All you can do is make the best choice you can under those circumstances.
Absolutely.
And yes, agreed, Fossil.
Yeah.
I gotten rid of his heartless label, even if it was literal. That's the thing. He could have tried for giving him his heart and not threatening him first. But, I don't know. I feel like there's also this sense of judging people for handling situations a certain way.
Yeah.
I think that we need to become comfortable with people making well-intentioned but possibly bad decisions. Or understanding that sometimes you do need to apply a little bit of force in order to change something, because sometimes things get stuck.
I mean, that's just it. Speaking as someone who has spent a number of years, working as a therapist for people with problematic behavior, I could easily see the allegory here of someone who removed their heart and replaced it with a wasp's nest as someone who, through trauma or other bad experiences, has fallen into maladaptive behaviors that has made them appear monstrous to people who don't know them and know their experiences. And unfortunately, in those cases, you do have to apply certain degrees of force that are uncomfortable for the person afflicted with this maladaptive behavior in order to get the message across and help them find another route, another healthier coping mechanism through which they can sort out their issues, their problems, their feelings at large. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it does not. But the point is, an effort does have to be made in earnest and with the intention of helping.
And I agree, Fossil. I don't think he was heartless. I think it was a poisoned heart.
It was. Absolutely. A rotten egg, if you will.
Yeah. Anyway, what do you say we cap out this episode?
I was going to say,
we've been going for 4 hours.
Yeah, that goose egg aside, or a duck egg, as it were. Let's end this. This has been genuinely one of the most entertaining streams I've had in a long time, at least as far as my own personal experience is concerned. So.
Remember near the beginning of that story you saw the giant pick up a knight in armor and fling him across the room? Well, here is that very knight. He's a little smaller than he looked, right? That's because the giant was not quite as big as he looked either. He's just small enough for throwing.
And just stupid enough to let it happen again.
Next week, we'll have more comedy, more adventure, and more fun. See you then.
Wrong way. Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh, tilt.
That
Interesting.
was genuinely a lot of fun. Thank you for joining me for this, Lorelei.
Oh, I mean, thank you for having me on.
Oh, absolutely.
This is my jam. This is something that I enjoy doing.
Oh, thank you, Nicholas.
Oh.
Yeah.
All of this conversation. Yeah.
Oh God, Eureka's Castle.
Oh God.
That'll be another stream down the line.
Oh, I feel like that needs to be.
Oh, yes.
I feel like it needs to be. And thank you, Fossil.
Absolutely.
I'm not, but thank you.
Ah, my word.
But this was good.
This
and I think in
was.
some ways good practice for us, you know.
Absolutely. It has
we
been.
need to do this kind of thing more often.
I agree. It has been a veritable hot minute since I got into media analysis and just critiques and japes and all that good stuff on, well, maybe not necessarily a professional basis, at least one through which other people can see and hopefully enjoy what it is I'm talking the fuck about. And as always, I appreciate you, Lorelei, joining me in these shenanigans and giving me someone to not only bounce ideas off of, but also to just enjoy the experience with, make it a little less one-sided, and also to bring some thought-provoking, rather. I swear I can speak. Thought-provoking ideas and conversational jump starters of your own.
Fossil. You are a cool person. And highly admirable. And I envy you for your resilience.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But don't ever call me Poggers again.
Gosh.
No, this was a lot of fun. I
Absolutely.
enjoy going over stuff like this, and I love picking it apart. It's why I made the Symbolism and Lore series, which is why I also want to try and revisit something along these lines. Being able to dissect stuff, talk about, drawing from my experience, analyzing media, as well as just in general, going through something that I haven't seen before, and, you know, some of it was guesswork, some of it was very much, you know, in the moment experiencing what's going on with the story, and breaking down why it's not just the immediate influence. Like, we understand the framework of a fairy tale, but, like, it's never just the one thing that influences any story. It is the conglomeration of all of the other experiences within the creator's life. And this is true whether it's Jim Henson or even your favorite YouTuber or, you know, anyone else out there in the world. Their creations are a combination of their lived experiences and the stories that have come before. You know, a lot of these shows that we talked about too, things like, you know, Amanda Show and some of the other, like, various parodies that came down the line after this point, after this series.
I mean, once again, there is no
from
such
this influence.
Exactly. There is no such thing as true originality. Everything influences everything else to some extent or the other. And it's fun to not only see the launching point of a lot of what we take for granted in media, as far as media tropes and just general traditions and good practices are concerned, but also to break down what led to them, their sources of I swear I can speak.
Yes.
But also what led to them developing their own unique identity, quote unquote, and to see how they have affected all of our lives in terms of how we interpret media, consume it, that we often take for granted.
I dislike the term consuming media, because that implies that it is something that we take into ourselves and then are done with. You know?
I mean,
that
by
it
and
is
large
something
nowadays.
Well, that's just what I mean, is we need to stop thinking about these things as things to consume, but instead things to experience.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
you've seen my books, you've read my books. I don't keep them on hand just to have them decorate my shelf. I love picking them up, and even when I know the ending to the story, that doesn't mean that I don't enjoy rereading them, because there's an experience to be had.
Absolutely. It's unfortunately one of the trade-offs of having media on demand is that you can just sort of easily access it like you can, say, a bag of chips or something. But even down to like the difference between watching a video on YouTube or gathering around the couch with your best friends to put a movie on and watch it together. Like, granted, I'm not saying one is more valid than the other, but I'm saying that the experience carries with it something entirely different and unique in and of itself that is to really be treasured once you've gotten a taste for it.
Definitely. So, I mean, I'm definitely down to do this with you, some other time, depending on how we're feeling about like whatever's going on that week.
Oh, absolutely.
Wherever it slots into the schedule. And I mean,
Yes.
I generally have a lot of free time. I have no life. We know that. You know that. I know that because we live in the same place.
I mean, you
Weird
said
how
it,
that
not
worked
me.
out.
But I digress. Yes, I do fully intend to have you on for another one of these. I intend to have a number of different people, depending on which particular piece of media I bring on. I can think of a certain satyr who might enjoy some of the more tokusatsu-related blasts from the proverbial past. And you know exactly who I'm talking about.
No, how could I possibly? Anyway,
Yes.
I need an excuse to do Fossil. I will try to let you know. I'm glad that you got that you saw the alert and were able to make it today. It was actually very nice to see you join the chat today. So thank you for coming for that. And
Absolutely.
thank everyone who came by today, whether you stuck around the entire time or otherwise. This was a fun experiment. And
It was. I only hope that I don't get my channel flagged for it.
well, there are ways around that, maybe. But
True
even
enough. But I digress. Either way, this was a fun experiment, and I am very eager to keep the experiment going with new variables, new test subjects, new
so. And we need a good
participants.
control group.
Absolutely.
Okay. Take care, Fossil, and again, thank you for dropping by. And I think
Absolutely.
to that end too, I think we should probably call it here, all things considered.
Agreed. So
It's been 4.5 hours, roughly.
Jesus fucking Christ on a cracker, yes.
I
This
know.
was, in fact, the longest stream I have done to date.
Yeah.
And honestly, I can't think of any other type of stream I would have rather spent 4 hours on. So, with all that said, thank you all very much for your time, and until the next time, always remember to fucking think. Take care, everyone.
Bye.